right, so I hope everyone had the chance to enjoy lunch. And we're now ready to get on with the next session, the next panel, which is on AI or generative AI and health. My name is Niklas Bodum. I'm a senior project manager from the Danish Board of Technology, and we're an associated EPTA member. And I'm incredibly thrilled to be able to sit here today with two very, very good experts on my sides here, and talking about one of the aspects of generative AI and AI in general that I think deserves a lot of attention, a lot of scrutiny, and that is when you apply AI to health, because in almost all of the sectors or the areas where we can apply AI, it will have big consequences, but there are few sectors and areas where the consequences can be so specifically life or death as they will be in the health sector. And I think that makes this sector extra important, that we actually approach this with caution and deliberation. And I think when we talk about AI in health sector, we're talking about something that can be implemented on a very broad spectrum, or more than one spectrum, from the very trivial implications of booking systems for doctors all the way up to assistive surgery. There's a huge spectrum here of AI's impacts and what it can do, and that also means that there are huge amounts of nuances in this discussion. And obviously we won't have time to cover everything here. And for this reason, I suggest that you also look at the report that Clara referred to earlier, which gives you a little broader picture of AI and health, and also obviously all of the other thematic areas that we're touching on today. But I won't be saying that much more right now, because obviously we're here to hear the experts. And first, it is my very big pleasure and honor to introduce Jose Iveas. You're head of biomedical data science. Oh, that's not you. Sorry. You are director of the Clinical Interventional and Computational Nephrology Group at the Research and Innovation Institute of the Park Tauli University Hospital, and member of the Research Ethics Committee. You're co-director of the mixed unit between your research group and the School of Engineering of the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And then you're co-director of the master's degree in Artificial Intelligence and Big Data at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And you're a member of board on several clinical guidelines. And I think you're extra interesting to some extent because you are both a researcher, you're also a clinician, and you're also part of the ethics deliberations on AI. So I will let you take the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Niklas. It's for me a pleasure to be here in this fantastic forum where we are going to discuss a lot of challenges in AI and why not in health. Well, I love this photo where you can see in the early 90s, where in the left side, nobody was aware that probably 20 years later there were not going to be any horse in the street. Probably we are going to be now in the same context. The 4.0 industry, that it means already that we are speaking about here in the last previous hours, has reached to medicine. And the main characteristics of industry 4.0 are the massive data, big data, the IoT, Internet of Things in health, this means work machine learning in real time, and the cloud computing. Sure, robotics and other things and so on, but the point is what about health? Because in health, just today, we work depending on the evidence-based medicine methodology. This means to look for the best evidence, depends on the clinical expertise, the experts to make recommendations at the values or circumstances of the patients. Sure, the best evidence from a methodological point of view depends on the methodological system, great, that is completely neutral, but depends on the clinical expertise of the experts in order to make the recommendations. And this depends on the specialty of the experts, depends on the geographical situation of the experts, depends on the reimbursement policy of the experts of different countries, and this makes the recommendation can have important bias. And this is important because for the methodological aspects for the evidence-based medicines, We need to select the population, we need to select the methodology, we need the clinical trials, but there is only few clinical trials, and this opens a door to cognitive bias. For this reason, the artificial intelligence gives us the opportunity to work with real-world data, work with any data we have in our clinical records without any particular bias, and try to get the world of personalized medicines. This means that this potential bias of evidence-based medicine can be overcome by artificial intelligence. This is the regular artificial intelligence. In this context, if we want to organize artificial intelligence in the environment of healthcare, we have to be aware that all related with deep learning, big data analytics, computer power, or related with different aspects you have to take into account in the healthcare settings depends on regulations. And this frame depends related with the AI Act, or related with the European data space, or related with the MDR, or related with the GDPR, or related with the cybersecurity, and so on. And this means that we have to take care of the balance between the best of the patient and the best of the economy. For the reason in different parts of the world, this balance is not very accurate. Because if we need the best for the economy, the best for the science, the best for the machine learning algorithms, perhaps we are going to have to raise the rights of the citizens. Otherwise, if we are too hard with the rights of the citizens, some people say that perhaps the machine learning algorithms, they are going to advance very slow. For this reason, this triangle, the right balance between all these things is going to make possible that we reach to the market with all the ethics, rules, and different aspects very well covered. But this is not too easy. For the reason, first level, for the European level, we have to recognize that we depend on the AI Act, all the regulation depending on artificial intelligence, and mainly in health, in order to stratify the different risks of the different tools that we are going to have in our hands. From some that are not acceptable for clinical practice to other ones that have no any kind of risk, and in the middle, the most of the medical device. This means that if I create a tool for help to the clinician to take some decision in the patient, this is going to be probably a medical device. And this should follow a very strict laws. The other point is the European health data space. The last law and this law, European data space law, should be approved before the end of the year under the presidency of Spain or the European Parliament. This means that all the idea of this law wants to put in the table that any data of any citizen in Europe, depending on clinical records, wearables, mobiles, and so on, that could be used for health, should be shared under a common data lake, probably a federated data lake. This means that for primary use, this means use for health, or for secondary use, this means for research, any kind of data of the European data space should be possible to be used for any researcher or any clinician. Well, regarding the Spanish level, 5 years ago, the government of Spain created a roadmap in order to try to identify what do we need in our environment in Spain in order to work in parallel with the European Commission. The main aim is to establish the regulatory framework that delimit a guide for seeing the AI. And for this, we need the creation of different platforms or different departments. The most important one is the data office. But sure, we need another platforms, another needs to be covered, and mainly related with the technical aspect to where to put the data, how to manage the data. For this reason, the private entities and the public entities should be sure the same aims regarding how to manage the data and where to manage the data. In fact, there are 3 platforms, probably one of the more important ones, Gaia X, try to identify the main enterprises and the main ministerial departments of all the public systems across Europe in order to organize how to share this data. But not in health, in agriculture, in technical aspects, and so on. But one of the more important ones probably is health. In this context, there are going to be constituted different hubs of health across Europe that is going to depend of this huge platform. So one layer, European data space, another layer, where to put the data. Well, to Spanish level, the idea of the Spanish government in order to try to help, in order to identify the main aims to be covered with artificial intelligence in health depends on this. Try to create the excellence, try to recover all the main technologies in this aspect, try to promote the Spanish language, try to transfer all this technology to the market, and the idea is to protect all related to artificial intelligence in any environment in such a way that should be distributed in a uniform way across all the country. Well, To the next stage, in Catalonia, has been created recently, just before summer, a program called the Health Program Artificial Intelligence in Catalonia, in order to cover all that the population needs for artificial intelligence. These have three main axes. The first one is all related with research. The second one is all related with research to be evaluated. And the third one, how to implement all these tools in the populations. For this, there are three important pillars. The first one is try to identify the best solutions to put in the market. This means to create some launches of artificial intelligence challenge in order to try to identify all the research units that have some tool that could be used for the population in order to help to this solution to be implemented in the market. The second point is to give support to all these ideas that can be helpful to the health system with data, with engineering, or with funding. With the funding that is limited, but we have in this context to prioritize these projects. And the third one is all related with the control of these ideas. That is what we call the AI Observatory. This means that on one hand, we have to detect the needs of the population. This means that the different areas of Catalonia, primary care, hospital settings, and any kind of infrastructure that they take care of the patients should be aware that perhaps there are some contexts where the population can be benefited of the help of artificial intelligence. When we identify the needs, on the other hand, we have to identify all the units or the research areas where we have the possibility to create these tools. For this reason, we have to create an evaluation process where we identify these tools that could be useful for our environment. Of course, if we have some needs, but there is some solution in the market that is created and useful, why not going to buy it? And we are not going to lose time, to look for other tools. But you have the possibility to create our own tools to implement it in our market. This would be the idea. So we need to identify the solution. We have to evaluate the solution. We have to make the follow-up. We have to make the trials in order to check that these solutions work in the healthcare settings, and after to implement all in the whole system. This is like to look for the perfect storm. But we think that we have the means in order to, because we have the patients, we have the data, and we have probably some research institute where we can find the technicians, the experts in order to create this environment, and probably it's not going to be an easy path. But the idea is to try to put together the needs and the tools that can help these needs. Well, for support these AI initiatives, we need two main things. One, the rules. And the rules means that how to create the context in order to identify the technical aspect that should be followed. Sure, we have to think that in the technological aspect of artificial intelligence, we have to follow the technical aspect in some specific manner. We have to do the same with all related with legal, regulatory aspects, and so on. And in the second place, that we need is to try to make that these tools reach to the healthcare system to be systemic. This means then, in one hand, to try to identify that we need, in that context to complete all the ethical issues, regulatory issues, and so on, and in the second hand, to put this in our health system with a way that we can follow it works, it not works, and make that the best benefit arrives to the patient. Well, in this context, we have detected 135 solutions in our context with different maturation levels in different areas, mainly in imaging, mainly in ophthalmology, and so on. It's difficult to find it in clinics, but also exists, or in primary care. And the idea is this tool identify what is the degree of maturity, which of them are tributary to put help in them, for funding, for data, for engineering, and in this context help them to follow all the roadmap to arrive to the patient. And this arrive to the patient, it means to arrive to the patient and to the market, and that all the system can have the benefit of this. Well, in this context, what about artificial intelligence in healthcare? What is the state of the art today? This is a search just 2 days ago in the literature of medicine, in the National Library of Medicine, the centralized of the information. Only writing artificial intelligence, we have 211,000 articles published by peer review in artificial intelligence. What does it mean? The research artificial intelligence is huge. In the last 3 or 4 years, it's exponential, the growing of artificial intelligence in health. But we have a problem. We have a problem that, although we have important challenges, opportunities, depends of that these tools reach to the patient. We have a very rich context here in Catalonia regarding the infrastructure to create artificial intelligence tools and so on. We have important experts and so on. The problem, we have important enterprises, we have important, very powerful public system. The problem is that we have to organize this in such a way that all this expertise reaches to the patient and to the market. And the main bottleneck is that we have an important lack of training of the health personnel. This is crucial, because if the personnel, if the experts are not trained, we cannot reach the benefit of the artificial intelligence programs that the other speakers have told before. And the second point is the resistance to change of the health professionals, mainly the managers of the hospital. This is very important because with the data privacy, all the managers of the hospitals, they are very afraid what is going to happen with their own data. They are very afraid to lose their job. And this is the problem, that if we don't know how it works artificial intelligence, probably we are going to have the benefits of our previous program. Well, the other important bottleneck is ethics. The ethics, that is clear, that what is the meaning of ethics, have three important layers. The first one, the ethics of the data. The second one, the ethics of the algorithms. And the third one, probably one of the more important one, the ethics of the context of where we are applying these ethics. It's not the same in ethics on the patient's clinic when I can speak with the patient, with the relatives and so on in order to explain the problem, in order to use the clinical decision support system. Is completely different than intensive care unit, pediatrics, or so on, because the citizen cannot take any kind of decision. What do you think of the opinion of the relatives? So this context where the ethics depends on the technical issues or related with data privacy, what about the medicine, is an important role of the ethics committee that are not centralized. And this is very important. This is crucial because the role of the ethics committees depend of to protect all related with the patient. But all this depends in such a way that when we review the European data space, where we want to have centralized all the data, that depends on the secondary use of the data, it means research, is going to depend on the local ethics committee. So probably the heterogeneity of our countries across Europe, although the ethics committee works usually in the same manner, the interpretation can be different. Well, so in summary, in this aspect, the multi-domain evaluation AI tools have to take care of the technology, have to take care of the user, have to take care of the clinics and the ethics. It's not going to be easy to put in the same table all the rules that depend to organize all this, but we have not other choice to do it. Well, let's speak now about generative artificial intelligence. Well, until now, although we have more than 200,000 articles published in journals, the FDA only have approved 500 of them. And this is with the classical artificial intelligence. It's clear classical artificial intelligence is relatively easy work to hit because we know with data we are using. This is the more important issue. We know how it works, the algorithms that we have created, because although some of them are black boxes, sure, we know that they are used under some kind of control, but regarding generative artificial intelligence is completely different, because the large language models makes that probably the rules should be dedicated not only for each one of these models, but for the complete company that manages these models. And this is important because although the clinician, we have very clear that this is going to be very useful because all the applications probably is the future of the medicine, and this means for professionals and for patients, for professionals for managing of data clinical records, of imaging, of making the summaries, of make reports, of writing, of prioritization of the patient. This is for patients in order to identify how to follow better the advices of the doctors, how to get the information that I have to look for dependent drugs and so on. Although this is useful, and this is the future of medicines, just today we have a lot of challenges. And this is very important because we are going to work with patients, and this is the difference between the life and the death. And this is very important because in any case, independently where we're going to work, depending on the hospital settings, depending on the country, depending on the different specialties, and independently that sure, this is the future of the medicine, we have to take care of these important bottlenecks. The first one is, what about the patient data privacy? When I work with large language models, this is free text. And although I clean this free text, sure it's easy to find some kind of sentence, some kind of words that can identify the patient, although I think that is not going to be there. What about intellectual property? Because when I work with large LLM, we are using a lot of data of huge databases where some of these data perhaps have intellectual property, and I'm using it. The third point is what about the liability? If I make harm to a patient, I create some problem patient, who is the responsible? I, the algorithm, the provider of the system? This is not clear. What about the standardization and the quality control? And this means all related with how to train the models. Or the informed consent. When I sit with a patient in my table and I tell the patient that I'm going to take a decision, does this patient know that I'm going to take a decision with a machine? Should she or he sign an informed consent regarding that he or she accepts to use this kind of tool? Because usually in every visit that I have with my patients, I don't have care of this. Sure, I have to make a procedure with a patient to put a catheter to make surgery, he's going to sin or she's going to sin. But here, every visit I have to do, or the first visit have to take care, have to be aware of this. The other point is the interpretability and transparency. This is crucial in medicine. If we don't know what we are talking about, if we don't know the variables that are related with the prognosis of the patient, it's for me to be difficult to take a decision or mainly to put a treatment. What about the fairness and bias? How to create the artificial intelligence models? Because the population is selected by experts. Or the other point that is very dangerous for us is all related with the data ownership. If we take a lot of data, who is the owner of these patients? Because here there is a lot of money. There is a problem with the companies thinking that they are worried with time market with this data. Another important problem is the over-reliance of AI models. It's not strange to see in a lot of hospitals where the people that work with imaging, they say yes to imaging, and they became lazy. We became lazy. And the problem of this, if we are not critical of the systems, probably we are going to enhance artificial intelligence, and we are not going to be aware of that. And the other problem, that probably is the more important one, is the validation. We cannot put nothing in the market. We cannot do any kind of implementation if any of these tools are validated. Validated, but not in silico, in clinical, real settings. Well, I'm a nephrologist. I work in the world of kidney disease. I'm going to put a simple example. This is with ChatGPT 3.5. This is the previous one, sure. And this is, I'm asking to the ChatGPT, and this is an important review, his review, to look for all the literature regarding kidney diseases. And you can see that the fantasy, the hallucinations in the 1/3 of the cases. Here at the right, you can see the selected literature. In red, all that the tool have invented. In yellow, invented in the middle. And the rest, without any kind of mark, that it works. Let's go to ChatGPT 4.0. Where in some specialty, like not related with medicine, that is the complementary alternative medicine, that is means all related with herbs, with all that is not drugs, I asked to the system to try to identify the main concepts or the main areas they want to know related with this aspect. And the problem is that although it works very well and better than the ChatGPT 3.5, the problem is that yet remains a probably important hallucination. So, in summary, we have in this important review, so the last months, because this is the most of this the ideas in generative AI are published in the last months. This is promising. It's important help for clinicians. It's important help for education for clinicians. It's important tools education for the patients. But the problem that yet we have today is that the problem of the large language models when create this information yet today creates the prediction of what to put in the sentence that some of them are not realistic. And in medicine today, yet is the difference between the death and the life. Well, for this reason, because we, the clinicians, we all of us, we believe in the future of generative artificial intelligence in our context. For this reason, some specialties, I'm a specialty, we have created working groups of artificial intelligence in our societies. This is Spanish Society of Nephrology, where we have the different groups of transplant, hemodialysis, anemia, problems with the bone, and so on. And we have created this transversal group in order to help to the rest of the groups on how to work artificial intelligence. In fact, in the next months, we are going to have the national meeting of the Spanish Society of Nephrology. I'm going to create a hackathon in order to teach the people how it works. But this is not good to work if we don't have the possibility to be trained, to see how it works, and work in multidisciplinary teams. Well, the message to take home is clear that the potential to transform the healthcare with this kind of system is huge. Sure, it's going to improve the patient incomes in accuracy, diagnostic, prognosis, and so on. But there are quite a lot of challenges. The ethical challenges, the problem of hallucination, the problem of the medical education. If the experts are not trained, we have a problem. The problem in the interdisciplinary collaboration, that it means that the clinicians we are not trained, the managers are not trained, we are not going to understand how the engineers speak. And in summary, the main point to the home is that depending on the way we are going to work today is going to depend the close future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for explaining to us what the state of the art today in data-driven medicine is. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce Paula Petrone, and you'll be taking us on a journey to the future, or at least telling us a bit about what we have in store and what the potentials of generative AI is to within healthcare. And I'll just give you a short introduction as well. So you're the head of biomedical data science team at IS Global. You have a PhD in biophysics from Stanford University, and you're an entrepreneur and digital health advisor for life science startups. And then you're an activist for diversity in STEM careers and organizer of the Women in Data Science Barcelona Biomedicine Initiative. And yeah, I'll let you take the floor.
Bon dia, bona tarda. Gràcies a les organitzadores del Parlament per convidar-me aquí. Thank you, Nicholas, for the introduction. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today speaking about my favorite topic. How can we leverage technology and artificial intelligence to help us live longer and, more important, to live better? So when I reflect upon healthcare in the last 20 years, I find that there is an amazing amount of innovations that have extended our life expectancy. Innovations like next-generation sequencing, new drugs, new vaccines, AI. All of these innovations allowed us now to live longer. But there is a significant gap. There is a phenomenon that is very intriguing, and it's even concerning for me. Despite all the technological advances that we have reached, there is still a significant gap between the amount of years we hope to live for and the amount of years that we hope to live in good health without disabilities. So if we look at this gap across time in the last 20 years, we see that we have made remarkable achievements to help people live till the age of 80 years old in Europe. However, if we look at the life without disabilities, we only have helped people to live till the age of 63 years old. This gap. So what is really mind-blowing for me is that despite the advancements and despite an increased investment in healthcare per capita in Europe, this gap is widening. So if we still look at this gap throughout countries in Europe, and you see countries on the left side like Sweden, Malta, Spain, and Ireland, this gap is smaller. People in these countries manage to live and to enjoy good life, good health, for 20 years more than countries on the far right. The reasons behind this gap are very complex to explain. It can be reasons, this gap can be affected by the country's economy, access to healthcare, lifestyle factors, the weather. But there is an interesting thing in this graph. These countries like Sweden, Malta, Spain, and Ireland, they have a high degree of digitalization. And this suggests that there is an opportunity for technology to bridge this gap. So the next thing that we have to ask ourselves is, what is wrong with the current healthcare system? And how can we use technology to fix it? So today I'm going to speak about two factors that I think are relevant. The first one is that today medicine is focused on treating symptoms, fixing bones, repairing organs in surgeries, helping us in emergencies like in COVID times. Medicine is focusing in keeping us alive. Where medicine is falling short these days is in addressing complex multifactorial diseases such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases. These are diseases that affect millions of people. These are diseases that constitute the silent pandemic because these diseases, they don't have symptoms, they don't hurt till one day we wake up and we suffer, and then it's too late. These conditions are growing in Europe because of the aging population and because of lack of preventive measures. Then the second disease, the second problem, is that medicine today is split in silos. Specialties don't talk to each other. If I'm a patient with diabetes, I go to an endocrinologist, a cardiologist, a nutritionist, and all of them will give me different treatment. They don't talk to each other. Why don't talk to each other? Because they don't have time. The healthcare system is overburdened, and this communication is very costly. So doctors don't have enough time to focus on their patients. These preventive, personalized approaches are very expensive, and this leads to healthcare inequalities. So, how can we use technology? How can we use technology like generative AI to help transform the healthcare system into an approach that is personalized and that it takes the patient as a whole? So what you see here is a deep learning architecture. So in the last years, we hear a lot about AI. There are lots of algorithms of AI that are being developed. What you see here is a artificial neural network. This is composed by numbers and code. And as Dr. Ibeas has mentioned before, AI in the last years is contributing to preventive medicine. And here I'm showing some examples of work that we are doing in our lab. We are approaching and addressing digital health, malaria, sepsis. We are looking into aging, newborn baby survivals, and cancer. These are things that we think are very important. Also, as Dr. Ibeas mentioned, there is a challenge to translate AI from academia to the patient. And that's why in our lab, we work very closely with doctors and startups because we want to deliver and deploy these technologies in the bedside for the patient. Now, what I'm talking here is about traditional AI. Traditional AI has a limitation. All these models are focused on, are trained to address one task. One task like, for example, recognize a tumor in a cancer patient image, identify a sepsis patient. And that's why this type of AI that we have now is called narrow AI. And the limitation of narrow AI is that it aligns with the traditional medical approach, one specialty at a time, one organ at a time, instead of contributing to that new approach that we need that considers the patient as a whole. And that's where generative AI comes into the game. So in the last 3 years, we are witnessing a paradigm change. This is a real revolution. What we are looking at, this change of paradigm, is called foundation model. Foundation models is a term coined at Stanford University just 3 years ago. Foundation models are the tech, the artificial neural networks running in the background in the foundation of generative AI. Foundation models feed on data, on multimodal data, not only text, images, speech, remote sensing, video. They absorb this data, they process this data, and they output. They generate an output. Differently to traditional AI, These models are able to perform many tasks at the same time. Answering our questioning, summarizing our text, recognizing objects in images. And unlike traditional AI, what is really special about these models is that they have some common sense reasoning that makes them unique. So we have discussed today and given some examples about ChatGPT and how ChatGPT is now making an impact in medicine. There are health chatbots that can interpret our symptoms. There's ChatGPT, if we give them some symptoms, like here, I'm always thirsty, I feel tired, and I have trouble sleeping, ChatGPT may recommend or may diagnose me with diabetes. ChatGPT has the potential to help doctors in their clinical decisions. And of course, they can save time by helping them write reports. But, one thing that I want to say about ChatGPT, two things actually. The first thing is ChatGPT today is empowering patients to know more about their health. And when they go to the next doctor's visit, they will know more about what to ask and what to get from that physician. The next thing that is really important is that today patients feel more comfortable discussing some private health issues with a ChatGPT type of robot than with healthcare professional. That's the case, for example, for mental health or reproductive health. So ChatGPT and the likes are making a difference. But one thing we have to have as regulation for the future, as patients and as consumers, we need to ensure that we will know when we are speaking with an AI or we are speaking to a real doctor, right? We have that right. And very soon, these two will be very, very similar. You will not know whether you're talking to a real person or to a system. And we have the right to know the difference. So the foundation models are not only about language. As I've said before, they include all other data modalities. So imagine for a moment these foundation models, how can they help in medicine? So this is how I imagine the future hospital. The doctor arrives and meets the patient. They talk. The doctor looks at the patient and asks questions. No writing involved. Everything is captured, like we said in the morning, through speech to text. All this information is uploaded in the system. The doctor orders labs tests, medical images, and all this information is collected and entered in the system automatically. This information is going to be contrasted with millions of patients. All their electronic health records, their medical histories will be in the system. And these systems will look for patterns, for abnormal patterns for that patient. And then the system will make recommendations. Recommendations like treatment recommendations, diagnosis recommendations, and the doctor now will have more time. Will have more time to make an informed decision for that patient. And of course, the AI will help drafting the report. Now, the patient goes home, and she's going to still be monitored remotely with wearable devices. Then that information loops back in the system for real-time diagnosis. So what I'm showing here may sound futuristic, but the tech is available and will be available very, very soon. So this may happen in 5 to 10 years. And I say may happen because these foundation models are not always solid, as we saw in this morning. They have challenges that they still need to be addressed. And I'm just going to mention at least 4 of these challenges, and we touched upon them in the morning and in other parts of this conference. The first one for me is that these models have emergent capabilities. These softwares are unsupervised. They are starting to become very proficient at things for which we have not programmed them for. And this is very exciting, but at the same time is very risky, because we don't know what type of harm they will be able to cause the patients. And they have to be regulated. The next thing is hallucinations, and we really discussed that. So these models are probabilistic, and as I show here in the graph, they build sentences word by word. Sometimes they choose the right word, and sometimes they don't. And when they don't, the whole paragraph may be wrong. And the problem is that we don't know when this happens. And if we don't have other sources to check, we may be taking in wrong information. The next one is lack of model transparency and interpretability. Traditional AI today has some type of explainable methods, and this is called explainable AI. But generative AI yet has not. And this is a topic of a lot of research at the moment. This is a hot topic in computer science. How to explain and interpret the predictions, why this model is predicting that this patient is sick. If we are able to explain our models, then doctors, patients, and society will trust them. And last is about the data and the algorithm biases. And I'm just going to give an example that was also touched upon the conference today. So if I ask ChatGPT, and this is a real quote, the nurse married the doctor because she was pregnant. And I ask, who was pregnant? ChatGPT answers, the nurse was pregnant. Why wasn't the doctor pregnant? I asked. You can try at home. The doctor doesn't have female reproductive system. But ChatGPT, the doctor, can be a woman. And the nurse can be a woman too. And then she says, or he says, apologies for the confusion. You are right. So this is an example of a sex and gender bias in algorithms. But this is not the only one. Why would we have these biases? Because these algorithms have been trained from data from our society, and they perpetuate our stereotype and our biases. See this. Sex and gender are very important variables in medicine. And for many years, traditional medicine has been looking at male, mostly. There are 6 times more studies in male animals, rats, than in female animals. And this is because of the concept that females have a more complex type of organism than men. How are we going to change this? Then, when I go to medical health records to develop our algorithms in the lab, we find that in most cases, the sex and gender variables are missing. People don't enter them in the system. And this is quite wrong, because we can't use that data. There are a lot of diseases that have a specific prevalence for men or for women, like colorblindness, hemophilia, melanoma, are more prevalent than in men than in women. Women are more prevalent migraine, Alzheimer's disease, and lupus, for example. But sex and gender are not the only biases that we may encounter in the data and in the algorithms. Ethnicity and skin color, socioeconomic status. We get more data from people that live in high-income countries with more access to internet. So these models are going to make predictions that are more accurate for those populations rather than for populations that are underrepresented or minorities. So AI technology does not always perform equally. One thing that I want to bring to your attention is the impact of these new technologies on society and the well-being of people. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this news, reported a few months ago in the Times, the Wall Street Journal. This is about ghost workers. These algorithms need a lot of data, and there are hundreds of people curating that data. And companies go to find these people in countries with low income, high unemployment, and very good education, and usually English-speaking countries. These workers are affected because they have to moderate content, usually very sexually aggressive and they have to look through the data and curate it. These workers report post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, and overwork. So we need to regulate these technologies beyond Europe. So next, we need to remember the environment, as it was said in the morning. The environmental impact of data centers. And I'm showing here an image generated with generative AI, picturing the landscape of the future. These are data centers if we don't get to regulate this technology. In the first week, there were in the world about 1 million users of ChatGPT, and the trend is exponential. This is not going to stop. We need to regulate this now. Last but not least, and this was also mentioned in the morning, the balance of power in the AI field is also changing. In the past, in traditional AI, all the development was mostly in academia and the public sector, researchers, hospitals. Now, generative AI is owned by large corporations. Corporations that don't necessarily have the benefit of the society as first priority. So I'm going to make a plea for policymakers that we regulate this. We need to ensure that academics and the public sector will have more funding. Funding to ensure that these technologies will be beneficial for society. So, to round up, take-home messages. The European healthcare system is at risk. Aging population, non-communicable diseases, chronic conditions, and then let's remember that anytime we can get another pandemic, and we also will have the impact, the negative impact on our health of due to climate change. This is not going to get better. The good news is that there is technology out there, there is generative AI, that has the potential to transform the healthcare system, not to replace the doctor, but to support the doctor in providing better care, better personalized preventive care. But for this to work, we need to really and carefully regulate this technology so as to mitigate the biases on the society and make sure that these benefits are equal for everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paula, for this really interesting view into the hospital of the future. Before I open for questions for the floor, I will abuse my privilege as moderator and ask a few myself. And I'll start with you. You know, there's this frequently used term that the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed. And I think what you showed here with data being overrepresented of wealthy people in high-income countries to some extent confirms that saying here. So when we talk about biases and algorithms, and we've seen that earlier today as well, being a big challenge, not just in terms of actually getting it to work, but also to making it accurate for everyone and having equity in this. But how can these biases be mitigated?
Okay. Okay, so the question is about bias mitigation.
Yeah.
So I think first we need to regulate and audit the algorithms. And this I think we have discussed in other conversations. Not only audit the algorithms, but audit the data sets and the data sources. So that's the first thing, is auditing. The second thing that we need to do is ensure diversity in the team. Actually, we have about 16% of the AI teams are women. So there is something called the privilege bias. Privilege bias. You don't know that you're privileged because you are privileged. So if you are usually white male, will not find biases of these types in the algorithms, not because there is a bad intention, but because you are not aware of this. So making sure that your team is diverse is a really, really important thing. And the last one is the funding. when we are looking at grants, we need to ensure that the grants will penalize projects that don't have the sex and gender dimension, or that they don't have the ethnicity dimension. Also happens with publishing industry, right? We publish on male animals because all the other research is on male animals. So who is going to risk doing on women if you can't explain your results? So 3 aspects.
Excellent, thank you. And then I'll turn to you, because one of the things that we've also been talking about both today and previously when it comes to AI is the concept of explainability and transparency, and we've already had a couple of examples today of the issues about that. But I was wondering if you could put us into the clinical context of what is the importance of these 2 elements in the clinic, and maybe does generative AI change anything here?
Fantastic question. Well, this is like look for the Holy Grail. It's clear that for doctors, for clinicians, we need to know what happens in anything that is going to be translated to any decision-taking process to the patient. Because if we don't know what is the reason of some treatment of our patients, we are not going to understand what's the reason it works well, what's the reason you have complication, or what's the reason of secondary effects. This is crucial because medicine is based in know the variable related with the process. This is clear. For this reason, all the projects of the European Commission, when asked for AI project basis in health, is the explainability should be clarified in your project, and this is clear. Then let's go to generative AI. What do we do? We have a problem. We have a problem because even we make a clinical trial where we can demonstrate that in the control group versus the study group is better, if we don't know how it works, we have a problem. And this is a question of common sense, by the expectative of the variables, of ethics, of regulatory issues, and the main point are probably the question of law. If finally the patient have a problem, a damage, harmful with the patient, the liability depends on me, the algorithm, the provider. So it's so much open questions that even the no supervised algorithm works, how are we going to work with it with the patient face-to-face? No? So a lot of questions, difficult answers, but I insist probably that we are going to work now, depends on the future. And probably, although today, this is like the photo of the flat here in New York, although today we don't know how it works, probably in the future, we hope that we can solve the problem. It's not going to be easy.
All right, thank you. Then I think we have time for a few questions, and I think we have already one here.
Thank you very much. A few years ago, I listened to a German expert, and he said the biggest killer in German hospitals is data protection. Because, you know, people come into the hospital, nobody knows what's really happened to them, probably if they're not in conscience and so on. So what you showed us, you know, the difference between the age and the healthy years. You think if we, all over Europe, we all had all our data of our health on our cell phones, protected, of course, but open for us and for doctors, that would help to get more equal within Europe?
So you're, maybe, I don't know if I understand the question correctly. You are thinking that the data reported may be misaligned because data people are not reporting?
No. My problem is that, you know, people come to hospital and it takes a long time to find out what happened. You know, how about the blood pressure for the last year, and how about the blood and you know, all the important things. If you had it on your cell phone, it would be much easier try to heal them. Would that help? You know, if we had all our data on our cell phone?
Yeah, so a question of accessibility of the data, yeah. So
I think people are starting to feel free to give the data. And if you see that you are starting a new app and it tells you, you don't really read the disclaimer and you accept. So I think people are starting to recognize the value of data, and there is citizen science, right? Which are initiatives that ask people to donate their data. So I think this is an opportunity, and that we really need to educate the patients in giving their data, but to do that we need to also show the value. So if patient comes to the hospital and we have an AI system that is there and is working, we did this with your data. With not your data, but if you give the data, this is going to be better, then patients will start to trust the system. So I think this is trust. But for example, with generative AI, we still don't have a lot of explainability algorithms out there. But for the traditional AI, this starts to be deployed in the clinic. But trust is, I think, a bottleneck. We should work on it.
Yeah.
Thanks for the talk, Paula. So first, you have to remember that the AI Act will forbidden the use of generative AI in the decision-making for individuals. Second, it's impossible that a machine like that may ever have common sense. They are not based on knowledge. They are only based on data. And the clinical medical histories are collected by clinicians, by hand. They have errors and personal observations that may be biased. So it's impossible to filter all that. We are trying to do that with the Catalan clinical systems, and we know the problem. If you try to generalize that for the Europe system with 27 languages, that will be just an illusion. It's not possible to do that. We should try to follow the rules of normal, basic research. And these promises of a future that it's impossible to achieve without the appropriate machines. There are not the appropriate machines to do that. So I don't know how you can promise this future without not the possibility of having that. So there is no single technology developed in Europe to produce generative AI. There is no single. All of them are based on American or Japanese technology. So, and we know that it's not good technology. It's proof that it's not good. So I don't know why we can try to deliver the health of citizens to do that.
Thank you for that comment. I think we are only in the same page because I'm asking for funding so that these technologies are developed in the public sector. So every time in history that we said something is impossible, then it has been proven wrong. So if we do statistics, I think there is a hope. And in my opinion, when we work in the lab, we are already developing models that can make comments and suggestions on images. So we only need more data. So let's wait and see what the future brings. There is still already, I'm fascinated by, for example, MedPalm 2 and what it can achieve with medical data and imaging. So we can get more technical and discuss that later, but I think this future is not only possible, but I think it's around the corner. And we should be prepared for that.
I would like to add some comment. Just today, I totally agree with you. You're right, it's clear. Today, with data in our hands, how we work in my clinics, how I take decisions in my ethics committee, how I take decisions in my research group, it's clear. But I'm afraid that we are in the photo of the Flatiron in the early 90s. That I don't know really is that if our clinicians never we are going to let a machine take decision for us, but we need clinical decision support systems to help us to take decisions. That is clear that the LLM today that we don't know how it works. Probably in the future, depending on how we work today and we don't broke the machine, probably can help in the future. I think that we don't have the answer now, but we have a huge responsibility. The responsibility is work in such a manner that, like in medicine happens a lot of times, sometimes by the huge pressure of the companies, the huge pressure of the industry, sometimes we lose important opportunities because they want to sort the time to market. And this is our main problem. If we work slow, multidisciplinary teams, taking care of ethics, regulatory issues, and so on, for that we need the clinicians, the best of the patient, that are clinical decision support systems, knowing the bias, knowing how it works, and so on, probably going not can help us in the future. Today, we don't have the answer, but it is clear we have to work on it in order to have an answer.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, I think, Ulises, I'm with you, but in no way I've said AI diagnosis. That is out of the picture. These systems are decision support, and the medic and the doctor and the patient are in the middle. So there is always, and I said, Karina already said that, there is always a human in the loop.
Yeah. So decision support systems are already there. And one of the things that is, these large models are billions of parameters that are connected with values. There is no single person that can ever in their life explain that. And just by the AI Act, that are impossible to be validated. There is no way. And it's not, so you have to, so it's are so large graphs that no one will understand them ever. So we should try to do other things. And also, of course, you mentioned the environmental problem. So it's clear that everybody is trying to fuel those machines with more data, more powerful machines, and more powerful machines, just to be the first. So that's one of the issues. Everybody wants to be the first. So if there are a community in Europe that is regulated for have public paid models and are regulated by the states, the European Union, then we have a way. But that's very different from what we have now.
Yes, and last comment, sorry, very short, is that probably like in companies now, probably some important step for the future is try to work with very delimited, very specific data, working in a specific data bank, for instance, literature, bibliography, or patients. That's probably the future where we can start working. In fact, there is a lot of companies that are working with OpenAI that they are afraid. They put a lot of filters in order to avoid algorithms go there or up, but it works. And probably medicine in the future is try to work with large data set where with literature, with data, with labs, with patients, data in specific issues, we can train the models. And probably see the future in some segments where we can grow little to little. Well, let's see. Let's see here in some years and we speak about the same.
All right. I think we may have time for one last question. I'm looking searchingly here. There's no reaction, so we'll take a question down here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank both speakers. I was struck by a slide of yours, Jose, which was about combating resistance to change. Because change can be bad, and people can have valid concerns about technology that is being introduced. And on the other hand, I can imagine professionals just being hesitant while they shouldn't be, because something is actually an improvement. So it's a question, I think, to both speakers of how do you handle this balance of innovations, putting them into practice, and dealing with professionals actually resisting the introduction of this technology. How do you do that?
Well, it's a question of training. The problem in medicine that when we are young, we are happy, we have strength, we want innovative things, we want to work a lot. And by the time you become older, you have a family, you have kids, you are a director of some center, you are manager for the hospital, and you want free time, you want to be happy with your family, with your work, and you don't want problems. And in this time, the people that have to take responsibility to say yes or no, or to press the red button, they don't want to have problems with some sensitive aspects, so sensitive aspects like data privacy, the health of the patients, and so on. And this is a question of knowledge, and knowledge of training. And the problem sometimes is the advisory boards of the hospitals, they are not very well done in order to these directors of technological aspects or the clinical decisions be prepared to take decisions. The white book of the intelligence center here in Catalonia, I put in the slide, this slide that you say, clarify very quickly that we have important technological centers, important clinical centers, but the problem with the management is very difficult. For instance, for me, when in my different aspects in my hospital, other colleagues, when you have to change something, it's very hard, it's very difficult. Imagine artificial intelligence. For this, we need training. In fact, in the artificial intelligence program here in Catalonia, one of our main aims is to train the managers of the hospital in this aspect. Otherwise, if they don't know how to understand the benefit and the risk, we are not going to advance. Fantastic question.
All right, so I think our time is up. Unfortunately, I know there were a couple of other questions, but I hope you can take them over drinks later. But will you please join me in giving a hand to our two great presenters?
You need to pass slides? Or? We need some... Do you know? No. We need someone... We need a password, I think. Necessitem un password aquí per...
Okay, everybody. I think we start right with the next part of that session on specific policy fields where AI, generative AI, may play a role. My name is Steffen Albrecht. I'm a senior researcher working at the Office of Technology Assessment at the German Bundestag in Berlin. And I recently had the pleasure to work on ChatGPT when it was publicly introduced. And one of the main areas of debate in that early phase, and I think still today, is the field of education and the impacts generative AI has on education. And I think I'm really looking forward to the presentations of the two excellent speakers we have here on this panel. But I think also that you should look forward to it, because education is such a fundamental and foundational, in a really broad sense of that term, because it's very important for building the foundation for our society. On the one hand, on an individual level, it builds the foundation for everyone to acquire skills and competencies, but also to acquire a sense of its own position in society. But on the other hand, also for the society, educating the members of future societies, but also of the current society. And in that way, it's a really important issue, and I hope we can all focus our remaining attention, although it's the afternoon session, on the two talks we are going to hear. We have a bit of a timing problem. I would like to finish on time at 3:30, because Enkeleda, the speaker, has another date to meet. And thus I will try to be short with my introduction, but also ask the two speakers to stick to the time limit, so we have still some time for question and answers and debate. I hand over the microphone for the first talk to Carlos Sierra. He is director of the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute of the Spanish National Research Council. He's also the president of the European Association for AI, and has a very long-standing history of doing research about various fields of AI, not only AI in education, but also in multi-agent systems and autonomous agents. And he was awarded the Autonomous Agents Research Award by the ACM SIG AI group for his work in that field. And I think he has a very good overview of the field and can introduce to us the specific role of generative AI in contrast to other artificial intelligence research in the field of education. So please, Carlos, let us share your knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I will set my timer. I don't want to be beyond my limit, okay? So first of all, thanks for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure to address you a few words about this field of AI in education. And the first thing I will do is to ask you a question, because for many people, AI started in November 2022, especially for the media. I mean, some people say, oh, AI has like 10 months now. So how many of you think that AI started in 1956 or 1950? Can you raise your hands? How many people think it was mid-20th century? Okay, so some people think, okay, some other people are probably digesting the lunch. But, so I will give you a surprise here. And the surprise is that we have someone that is, I would say, the Catalan father of artificial intelligence, which is a philosopher called Ramon Llull that made his works in the 13th and 14th centuries. I mean, he was a philosopher that was well known all over Europe. The popes knew him very well. He was pesting them to get money in order to build up schools for languages. And he basically developed a system called Ars Magna that was based on some machine in his books. So in his books of the 13th century, there was a rope and some circles that would turn around and that would face letters one to another. And by using extensive tables of combinations of these letters, he would be able to build up arguments that would allow to prove statements. So it was a sort of a machine, an automated system for reasoning back in the 13th century. He was a very influential person, influenced Leibniz, that, as many of you know, is the father of modern science, I would say. In Leibniz's PhD, he makes extensive references to Ramon Llull. Instead of letters, what Leibniz used were numbers, but it was a similar approach to reasoning. George Boole with the automation of logic, or Condorcet and Borda, that in the middle of the 18th century, they developed voting mechanisms that were basically the same that Ramon Llull proposed for the election of abbés in monasteries, okay? But also, look, his method was basically the same that Everett Birth invented, I would say, in the middle of the 20th century, which is called tableau analytics. So it is basically the same thing. So he was a genius, a bit forgotten. I would like to remember him here because of the event we have. And in 2011, we had the World Conference on Artificial Intelligence here in Barcelona. So we edited a book. It's the book you see here. And if you get a picture of that QR, you can download the PDF of that book. But apart from downloading and getting the PDF, so I have 3 books that I will give to the first 3 questions after our presentations, okay? So start preparing your questions because you will get a book as a present that will make you remember Barcelona, okay. Going into, okay, what is AI? I mean, there will be only one slide because everybody knows what is AI. So again, the topic. Because I want to put in contrast the traditional definition of AI is something you can find in the Encyclopedia Britannica, in which, as you can read here, is the ability of a computer or a robot controlled by a computer to do tasks that are usually done by humans because they require human intelligence and discernment. This is the traditional definition. There are variants of it that we would all basically use in our field. But the European Parliament had a different view on this. And the view was that he wanted to define AI as a list of technologies, which has its pros and its cons. But this is the definition of the AI Act. It's a list of technologies, including things very funny like statistical approaches. So which means that anything with maybe an average in its computing might be considered AI. So there are dangers in that definition. But anyway, if you look into that definition, basically what these 3 categories say is that any system that is capable of learning, reasoning, which is Ramon Llull, remember, and modeling, is modeling either the environment or the other individuals around us, okay? So learning, reasoning, and modeling. Let's have that in mind when we analyze what can be done in education. The first question is, of course, to see whether technology is good or not for a particular purpose, we need to understand what is the purpose we have. And that is, what is the education we want? And for UNESCO, this is quite clear. I mean, there are 4 points in the education we want. The first is that education is a right. The second is that it must be inclusive, equitable, and of high quality. It is the engine of individual and collective development. So it's how individuals and collectives make progress. And it must be connected with social reality. So these 4 points are such that I believe, and as many others like me believe, AI can help us to achieve the goals of education. How? Here you have a few possibilities. They are not exhaustive. But if education is a right, then we can provide from governments, from administrations, easy and cheap access to AI systems. And that will be supporting the right of every individual to have education. Maybe not only in the obligatory, in the mandatory periods, but also along their lives. So it has to be inclusive, equitable, and of high quality. We can make AI adapt contents to different needs. And there are many examples of that. For the blind, for the hearing impaired, for many people that have difficulties in learning, AI can adapt the contents. But it can also adapt the contents to the level of individuals, because we can model how much individuals know about things. We can adapt the tasks, the knowledge that we are giving to students. We can give free access to AI resources, and that can make equitable access to AI. And the quality can be guaranteed, and this is a matter for discussion, maybe for questions, by proper organization of content generation. These systems, generative AI is not an exception, require a lot of content to be provided to them. The way this content is curated, generated, provided is key in order to guarantee that quality. Sometimes we forget about that, but that's a very important element. It is the engine of individual and collective development. There are 2 big areas on education and AI applied to education, that is adaptive learning. So how do we make the contents adapted to the individual? It's what all teachers in a classroom dream of. I have 30 students. How can I adapt everything to everybody there so that everybody makes progress? I mean, this is a very difficult job. AI can help on that. And the second, for the collective development, the collaborative learning. How can we learn in groups, in teams, together? This is a very important way of learning in modern pedagogy. And it must be connected with social reality. Students that do not have a proper environment, they do not have time, they have to work many hours along the day. So systems, AI systems can work 24 hours, 7 days with content adaptation. So AI can somehow help in achieve the goals that the UNESCO are setting to us. I will just touch upon a couple of these in examples. I will give you examples so that you see how systems work and how can AI achieve these goals. The first one is adaptive learning. How does it work, adaptive learning? Sorry for the academic tone, but I think it's understanding how things work is essential in order to see, the possibilities. If you see this graph there with arrows, at the bottom is a state in which a student doesn't know anything about 5 concepts. At the top, you have a state in which the student knows these 5 concepts. The arrows show you the paths, the learning paths that you can do in order to achieve those 5 concepts. You can initially learn G, you can initially learn I or C, and then after G you can learn H or I. Not all paths are possible. Pedagogues know that not all paths are possible. There is some orders in which you do these things. Now, the question is, I can put an example to learn G, and if I achieve G, then I can put an example to learn H, and so on. So I can have this path of learning. But here we have 5 concepts. This is simple. This is for 45 basic concepts of algebra. The amount of paths in which you could learn this is simply astronomical. It's something that no human brain can cope with. And that's why we need AI. We need AI to assess what is the state of knowledge of each student to determine what is the next thing to learn by that student. How that works. If you look at the left, you see colors. I'm a bit challenged because I'm colorblind, but I've been told that some of those circles are of yellow color, okay? So you see a few yellow colors. This is after responding correctly to a question on topic A, okay? So this is the situation. Now, making an error on topic F, then you move to another state in which you see colors are different. These colors represent the probabilities that a particular student is in that particular state. And then the last one at the end of the assessment, only after a number of questions, a few states are colored in yellow. That means that by putting questions to the student, we manage to know what the student really knows in order for the system to tell the student what to learn next. And this can be done also giving and empowering students so that the students can have systems like these in which they know what are the concepts that they have achieved, what are the concepts they don't know yet, and they can determine which part of the knowledge space I would like to learn things about. This is triggered by massive machine learning, by massive data feeding machine learning algorithms. Because we have millions of students that have done thousands of exercises in sequence, making mistakes and seeing when some corrective exercise improves the state of the student. So the collection of this massive amount of data gives these AI systems the right strategies to tell what is the exercise to do next. And you would put yourself the question, is this something that works well? Well, there is scientific evidence about that. You see here, these are results from a system called ALEX, used in the States. On the left, it is at the university level. And you see something that in America is very common, is called DFW, which is when you get a D or an F, so you fail in the subject, or you withdraw from the subject. So you change from 50% to 30%, doing what? 2 hours a week, using an adaptive learning system for 3 months. So using such a system for a short period of time has an impact on this massive problem we have in education, which is whether students succeed or they fail or they abandon these studies. You see similar to our PISA in Europe, in the States they have this Stanford 9 test, which is it gives from 1 to 99 points, okay? Doing the same thing 2 hours a week for 3 months, students improve. You see on the, I think it's light blue, and the dark blue. The light blue is around 8 to 10 points difference in the marks of students. So again, it makes a difference in what are the results. So adaptive learning works and works well using machine learning over big sets of data. Collaborative learning, the other element I wanted to mention to you, and I'm checking, it cannot be true that I have only 1 minute. Oh my goodness, is that true? Okay, so here, the thing, I will rush now. Here, imagine a situation in which you have 30 students, 10 robots, and you want to organize the best teams of students. If you have ever taught people, I mean, you know that creating teams is extremely difficult. Okay, we have evidence that maximizing diversity is the key for success. Diversity in terms of personality, of competences, and of gender. But combining or taking into account all these elements to build up teams is an astronomically complex problem that AI systems optimizing this process can help with. EduTeams is a free tool that we developed in my institute that basically assigns a student to each competence, and each student is responsible of at least one competence. And teams are as competent as possible, and they work comfortably. So they work as well as they can, given their personalities. We have results like programming the robot. We saw there in that picture, 29% increase in the results of those teams created by EduTeams over the teams created by teachers. 25% in something we do here in Catalonia, that students for a week, they work in different, I know the thing, I'm aware. 25% of improvement in these weekly meetings. So again, working or using AI for collaborative learning works well. I had another example, which is collaborative assessment, which is also very interesting, pedagogically speaking, and there are algorithms that can improve. Look at the circle there. Teachers evaluating only 10% of students, and students evaluating like 3 or 4 peers, make the error in the final evaluation smaller than 10%. Again, time of quality for teachers that can stop evaluating or assessing exams that are very annoying. A few words on generative AI, because my colleague will talk extensively about it. Generative AI will remain, like we like it or we don't like it. I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, you see here what ChatGPT results are. On the right, you can see high bars, meaning that they pass exams very well. So the system, you give the exam to the system, you collect the answer of the system, they can pass exams. We need to change things in the way we try and assess students. This is an answer of the University of Connecticut on whether they will be using generative AI. And this answer was on March. You see the percentages here, growing into the maybe and sure they're going to use it. So the students understand these systems as the new language calculator, in the same way that they had the math calculator. A word of warning that I was asked for. We have to be very careful with generative AI. These are unreliable systems. The results do not seek to be correct. Okay, we can talk about that. It is a black box behavior. There are no explanations. Rigidity. They are trained with a fixed set of documents for now. So they cannot learn farther from what they learned when they were created. They have a very high energy consumption, which is also an issue. These are proprietary systems by large corporations. We need to react as a society to see whether we have open systems. There is a lack of respect for the copyright of the authors used in the training of the documents. There is opacity on the data used by these systems. There is an exploitation of workers over the world to filter content. The case of Kenya and OpenAI. And there are possible biases in the data sets used. So all these are words of concern that we need to take clearly into account. So I just want to finish here with this last slide. Well, AI has already proved that it works well, but we need the involvement of the educational authorities, coordinate collective action. We need to mobilize resources to reduce the digital social divide, which is a big problem, develop new educational models, integrate AI competences, and improve society's AI literacy. And I stop here. Thank you very much. Are you staying here? Ah, okay, very good.
Oh, do you want to?
Yes.
You will need, she will need to pass things.
My fault.
No.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you very much also for
Maybe we need help to find the...
I think it's in the
do you know the...
Also for taking us so long back time into history, and I don't mean Ramon Lumi, but the Encyclopedia Britannica, of course. We now have the chance to hear Enkeleda Kasnetsi with her talk on her work with generative AI in the field of education at Technische Universität München, where she holds a distinguished professorship for human-centered technology for learning. And Enkeleda started her career in the Stuttgart-Tübingen area, as far as I'm informed. Another station with the University of Excellence, the Tübingen University, as well as the Munich University. And you still have some connections to the area as a member of the Cyber Valley Research Alliance, which is a very active hub in the field of machine learning and AI in Germany. You also engaged in motivating or supporting young women in the field of STEM and computer science, being a computer scientist yourself. And you will present us your work in the field of generative AI in education and also the challenges that generative AI poses to the educational field. So.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm honored to be here today with these so amazing Yeah, amazing conference and this amazing location. So I would like to get started with two quotes. Basically, one by Bill Gates, who sees generative AI as fundamental as the creation of the microprocessor, the personal computer, the internet, and the mobile phone. And then the other by Elon Musk, seeing this as the most powerful tool for creativity that has ever been created. And at the same time, we read on the news studies and statistics asking the question, what will our work look like in the future? So what are we supposed to learn and how, right? And then there's one study that I want to cite here, telling that, by Goldman Sachs, that 300 million jobs could be affected by the latest wave of AI. And if you look a bit at the charts, I mean, you've heard a lot of technical talks probably today about the generative AI and how it works, and large language model, multimodal models, so I don't want to go into that. But I want to give you just one example of the impact of these technologies. So since the launch of ChatGPT, it took ChatGPT 2 months, only 2 months, to reach out to 100 million users. So 100 million people gave their data for free to OpenAI just to be able to use this tool as an immense empowerment of their productivity in terms of writing text and doing many more other things. So despite the fact that the research community was aware of these foundational models and all of these development for many, many years, the way these systems were launched to the public, providing a very easy-to-use interface to interact with the user, was unique, and hence it reflects like the large user base that ChatGPT has now, with a lot of paid subscriptions. So what holds is that we have a paradigm shift, and actually we should ask the questions, of course will AI not replace us, but maybe a person using that will replace us in our daily life. And at this point I want to come back to one quote of Terence Tao, a Fields medalist, one of the greatest mathematicians of our time, who's actively working with large language models. It says that the power of these systems, and with larger becoming systems, is huge. So he expects these models to be a trustworthy co-author in mathematical research by at latest 2026, right? So because they will be able to look into very complex, very complex things and make connections that probably that go beyond what we humans can do. And we're not there yet with the multimodal systems. I think like many of us have seen translators being around these days. You've probably seen like videos of Elon Musk going around speaking or giving interviews in Japanese, and all of this with impressively made facial expressions and appearances during his talks in Japanese, eye movements, and keeping eye contact to the audience, all of that, the amount of fake information that probably is out there, video content and so on. And you can imagine how it's going to look like when we have this multimodal models being around. So for me, it is super interesting to think about what will be implications in education, right? For us as parents, also our kids will ask us, right? Like 20 years ago, you could tell someone what she or he or whoever needs to know, right, for their life. But now it's so hard to give a statement on what is important to learn, right? So let me go back to this slide. There was a lot of discussion around, because Harvard was the first university having a chatbot-like educator in one of the basic courses in CS this term. And then a lot of questions arise, like in terms of, okay, then should we pay then for going to Harvard if we're taught by AI tutors or not? But at the end, the promise is that you get a one-to-one teacher-student ratio, so coming back to adaptivity, what Carlos talked before, and you have tools that aren't tired, so they work 24/7 for you. You can use them wherever you are, so it's accessible and gives you the opportunity to interact with someone very frequently. Again, at this point, I must state that we in Europe are, looking at what's happening in the US with less technology coming from Europe at this point. And I want to mention, like, the Khan Academy, maybe some of you have heard of that. Like one of these, again, a US company that has now a very, very sophisticated AI-based tutor integrated in their courses, a very impressive tool for anyone to go and try it. So we're in desperate need for European solutions in the area of education. And as long as I can think, we're talking about the 21st century skills, listing like long-lasting skills in the educational context. And I think now, since the launch of ChatGPT, everybody is aware that actually what our educational system should promote is basically the 4 C's: critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, right? But how to do this? So the need is there. Promoting these versatile skills is even more urgent, but how to do this? And I want to present what we at the Technical University of Munich are doing in response to the current challenges. So we launched, end of last year, the TUM Center for Educational Technologies that, on the one hand, works towards novel educational technologies, basically providing technologies for people to use them, and then creates or also promotes innovative teaching formats. And we have very few of those in our educational systems anchored, right? So, and I want to mention 2 models. The one is the project weeks that we do at TUM, and the other is plugin modules. And Carlos nicely talked about collaborative learning, and these, the project week idea is a challenge-based learning approach that every student can attend at TUM, which is not easy because you have to free the curricula to be able to take part in such interdisciplinary projects. So a challenge is thrown by some educator, and then teams are built up together in an interdisciplinary fashion. So students from different disciplines are coming together to solve a challenge. And in these weeks, no other lecture is taking place at the campus. So people are kind of forced to take part in interdisciplinary formats. And then we have the plugin modules, which is lectures that are open to everyone on campus to promote new skills, for example, AI literacy, that do not require any prerequisites. I think also this is now something that is timely, yet challenging to do, because it's hard to teach to a crowd of people with very different backgrounds. But I think we have to take these attempts to advance in our educational system. And our center itself has a tech lab, so where we look at AI-assisted technologies, but this has to go hand in hand with educational evidence. So we need to provide evidence to educators and teachers at schools, like what works in practice. We have a showroom, and again promote a bit of edtech entrepreneurship. So the vision is, let us use generative AI in a responsible way for education. With this, I mean, it's important to integrate the different stakeholders, educators, teachers, kids, parents, and everyone, and support these learning and teaching processes through an interactive human AI education in alignment with pedagogical practices. And I want to bring up 2 examples. One is PIA, a tool that we built up for schools where they can work towards improving their writing skills in a human AI interactive approach. So just like writing essays is so kind of annoying tasks when you're at school. For a 5th grader, for example, just like they write on paper, they get very few feedback to what they've written. They do this not very often. Teachers have a lot of workload. We have a lot of immigrants, for example, in Germany, kids that have come to German schools with their parents not speaking a word of German, so they can't get these assistants at home. They can't afford private tutoring. So we give this tool and say, okay, here's the tool. You can scan your essay and you can upload it to the tool, and the tool will be kind of, a teacher supportive tool, will give you feedback on how to improve your writing. Pardon me. So we try to learn from the way teachers do that. So we use a lot of data for that. But at the end, what we provide to the user is a very simple mask where we collect some data to see like who is using our tool, and then people upload their text or they can write in our mask. They receive two kind of feedbacks. They can rate which feedback they like, so we learn a bit about what is the level of detail that they prefer. So it's a very, very easy tool. You can go back and forth, and actually it has been heavily used for the exam preparation for the Matura or the Abitur in Germany. So the numbers are old. We have more than 10,000 users of school kids who are using this to improve writing. So we built on large language models, but we do not leave people alone to interact with it. So they're taken at a meta level. The data is safe with us. We have fine-tuned these models to match the language that is used in school and use this as a supportive tool in their daily practice. So just to see how desperate the need for such tools is, we just received an award from one of the largest conferences a few weeks ago for this kind of prototype that we're going to build. And tackling another area is the STEM education, where you can profit from one-to-one tutoring. And we're trying to look at chemistry protocols because they really reveal a lot of errors and problems in scientific working. So the question we asked is, can AI models automatically assess experimental protocols? How do they look like? They're just like written protocols, handwritten protocols of chemistry experiments. And then we try to figure out whether, at which level students do make a mistake in the scientific protocol and the scientific way of working, and try to assist them. So the first step we took is to pass this a bit quicker is using large language models and chains of thought, prompting, and some other techniques that are not so relevant for now. We try to match this with common types of errors that people do, because it will tell you a lot about the type of error. So it's a syntax error in this experimental protocol, or is it something that people need to learn? So you have to get back and teach students to do the experiment right. And actually, if you look at these automatic assessments, there's a lot of room there to automate the process. So you can see that for most classes of errors, there is a very good alignment between what AI systems can do and humans can do, apart from the very hard cases. And we know that for complex types of errors, the models that we use are not there yet, so we have to do more work. To sum up, just like these two examples show that there is a lot of potential there. However, it is heavily underexploited for now. We're leaving these to the US companies and institutions, but we have very few European answers to what's happening. So guidance, we talked about that, common frameworks are needed. And we are requested, we are in the need to exploit this room for innovation. Again, so my final statement is, education is a deeply human act rooted in social interaction. I think the challenging question would be, how can AI promote this? Thank you very much for having me here. Now we're open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Enkeleda, for coming and also for spending the rest of your voice to the audience here. I'm really glad you could make it and your voice did last. I have a lot of questions, but given the short time that we have you available here, I would like to open the floor to the debate for you. Yes, please.
You won a book. Good.
Could you switch on the microphone?
There is a technician coming to help.
Great. Well, that wasn't artificial intelligence, that was human intelligence. When I listened to those two last sessions or part sessions, on the medical side, they were quite keen to indicate problems with their proposed system, and you were here quite keen to indicate what prosperous future those systems will lead to. So my more general remark is, are there no problems with generative AI as part of education? And then I have a more specific question to the last speaker, because I read an article in Sweden saying that generative AI will probably be a tool for humanistic subjects like history or literature, but will never prevail when it comes to science or mathematics. And still you said that they will be a co-writer on the report 2026, a credible such. So or you disagree with this Swedish report writer, or do you think also that the humaniora side is more keen to be adopted by AI? That's one remark and one question.
Thank you very much for this question. I do no doubt that Terence Tao, one of our greatest mathematicians of our time, has thought this through and has worked a lot, with the current models as they are. And I think it's not about painting a prosperous future. It's about recognizing opportunities. If you run a study asking people around how many of them do use ChatGPT on a daily basis for their homeworks, it's more than 95%. So people use it anyway. The thing is, how can we actually empower people to use technology for their good and to learn to work with AI in a constructive way? So then I think we need to take them to the stage where they understand what's happening in the back end, how to use those tools, how to foster their own creativity based on those tools. And yes, I think like in biomedicine or biochemistry, AI-assisted drug discovery has been around for a while. This is not new to generative AI. We've seen a lot of reports of new drugs and new also methods being developed based on AI assistance, and I think this will be more in the future. Again, also for math, what we cannot imagine now, because we see GPT at its current stage, it's not what the model per se, can be thought of to be in a time, like 2-3 years from now, there will be ways to encode this whole complexity that it's super challenging to see for a human, and to get this done with AI assistance, right? So that is our thing. So of course there are a lot of problems, but I think we talk a lot about the problems and what people need, what a lot of kids need. We were talking about equity in education, with institutions, educators, parents, kids, they need solutions, right? So how to work with this, how to cope, how to keep up. So despite the problems, I think we can still develop, we in Europe, we can develop responsible ways to use this technology for our good. That is just my 2 cents on this.
To complement very quickly, I would say the view was positive in the sense that AI is really doing very good things. And the technology behind generative AI is doing very good things. No one these days is thinking of finding the folding of a protein without using AI tools. In the past, you would need 3 months to do it. And in many cases, you could not generate the chain out of which there will be the folding. And now, sometimes it's a matter of hours that you get the folding of the protein. So the way we attack things has changed dramatically. In education, I had a full slide of warnings about generative AI. So AI can be very good. Generative AI has to be taken with a lot of care. Educators need to know how to use it and need to know the limits of the system, okay? And they need to be educated, informed in that. But overall, I agree there are opportunities that if you're a teacher, tell the students, you can ask ChatGPT, give me arguments in favor of position A. Give me arguments in favor of position not A. And then inform a debate in the classroom and promote critical thinking of the kids with respect to that. So there are many ways of using the tools that can be useful, but educators have to be at the center of the picture. Yeah.
Thank you. There's another question. Oh, and another book to win.
Thank you for interesting lectures from both of you. I understand that we have established that regulation, access, openness, and equality is demanded to be in control of the technological development. So how to keep up, you just said. And I keep wondering how we stay in control of a moving target. And my question is, in regards to reducing social differences, how do we address this practically and efficiently? How do we secure equal access between people with different backgrounds and motivation when the information about the rapid changes in this field is hard to keep up with, even for us who are highly motivated? Thank you.
Well, I think we need to involve the education authorities. There is no other means. For instance, here in Catalonia, the Department of Education is preparing a document, you would say not quickly enough. Well, I don't know, maybe it was 10 months after all this madness started with ChatGPT, but they are preparing a document that is, I had access to it, very well written, giving clear instructions to the educators on how they should use the technology. So I think basically we need to be more reactive. In the past, with technologies that were being introduced little by little, we could be a bit more, but now we have to react very quickly. And that's why people like you guys informing parliaments and helping taking decisions are so important, because we need to react on time. And another thing, if I may, we have to be careful that, because humans will be needed in education, we have to be careful that we do not have humans for the rich and artificial intelligences for the poor. Because an AI can be copied very simply, and you can just give it to the poor without, it will be costly in terms of cost, very cheap, and you will save the human part of it. So we have to be attentive, not to have AIs for the poor and human education for the rich.
Yeah, I think those all sides.
A question here?
Oh, a question? last book.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for switching to German. I have a translator with me. Kai Gehring, ich leite den Bildungs- und Forschungsausschuss im Deutschen Bundestag. Mich würde interessieren, wie Sie diesen Widerspruch auflösen zwischen Future Skills, Sie haben genannt kritisches, kreatives Denken, Kooperation und Kommunikation sind sicherlich 4 Future Skills. Die kann ich mir in meiner Fantasie jetzt ohne KI viel besser vorstellen. Wie bringen Sie diese beiden Welten zusammen? Gibt es dazu Laborschulen oder eben Reallabore, Experimentierräume, wo idealtypisches Lernen entlang dieser Future Skills stattfindet und das Ganze aber KI unterstützt ist? Das ist, glaube ich, für viele nicht so leicht vorstellbar, zumal wir ja auch vor allem über Medienkompetenz sprechen, über Quellenanalyse. Ich kann mir übrigens viel eher vorstellen, MINT über KI zu lernen, als Sozialwissenschaften oder Geschichte, wo kritisches Denken und Diskussion und Interaktion viel wichtiger sind, glaube ich, als alleine Formeln zu lernen.
So my name is Kai Gehring. I represent the Committee on Education and Research of the German Bundestag, and I would like to know how you propose to resolve the contradiction between the future skills that you mentioned, critical thinking, creative thinking, collaborative learning and communication, and AI, because in my reckoning, these are skills that are much better learned without AI and they're inherently human. And I would like to know how you bring this together, AI teaching these future skills. And I would like to know if there are lab schools or living labs where you are already trying this out in practice and where you have examples of ideal learning of these future skills with AI. Because we're also talking a lot about media competence, analyzing our sources. And in the second point, I find it easier to imagine teaching STEM subjects with the help of AI than social sciences and histories. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I can get started. Since I brought up the 21st century skills. And of course, in the ideal education system, these skills are promoted early on, which doesn't happen. I mean, if we look around, like our kids are using YouTube, Google search, and a lot of AI-assisted systems, where nobody really reflects about filter bubbles, and we've seen a lot of problems during the pandemic on people drifting or a lot of things happening during social media. But now with generative AI, I think the problem has reached everyone in terms of, okay, what is the factual content of some generated text, right? So when using classical search engines, people could tell, okay, this was the source, now we'll do generative AI, let it be text or video, image, whatever. It's hard to tell, is this content true or real, the factual content? Then I think this is very good examples that we use in working with students and especially kids from schools, because when they come to the level of higher education, they are often, so it is often a biased population that knows how to work with sources, that knows how to, hopefully knows how to check the sources and authenticity and so on. But for younger students, right, in the school phase, it's important to teach those skills. And I think those generative AI solutions around us can be a very good example to get started with that. So we at TUM, we have indeed different formats where we teach those things. Also, like, for example, when taking the role of the creator, you are put in the position to create content that is fake or being, just like creative, and then it forces you to think of that. what Carlos mentioned before, the edu teams, right? It's kind of bridging together these AI-assisted teams in kind of collaboration. But I think these AI tools, we also have and use those because they can derive latent profiles of learners, so it's much more easier to bring people together in a specific context. So for one class, you want to have, for example, students who complement well each other, and for another class, you want to have, for example, a weak and a strong student in a specific subject working together. So these are all measures that can be now facilitated with the use of AI and generative AI. I think, Carlos, you probably want to add something to that.
Yeah, I would like to give you the opportunity, and then I have one other question, and I think the rest will be for the coffee break. But please, Carlos.
Just I don't see a contradiction. I think AI, at least the way I see AI, is extending the capabilities of humans. In this case, the capability of educators. For instance, you mentioned collaborative learning. If we give educators the capability of building better teams, as I tried to explain with my example, then you're improving the way those students are learning how to collaborate, how to cooperate among themselves. So it is a tool for the educator to do better the job. The second thing I wanted to mention related to what you said is that we need to collect evidence. So we cannot just dream about the results. We need to collect evidence, and that means we need to open the classroom to research. In the same way that we open the hospitals for research in health, we need to open the classroom, allow researchers to get there, collect data, and actually my dream would be that some teachers become actually researchers themselves in the classroom.
Thank you. Then one last question was here.
Yes, thank you very much for providing some very interesting examples of how to use generative AI and AI in education. I'm from Denmark, and in Denmark we have had a very ambitious, you could say, digitalization policy, and especially digitalization in primary schools. But we're slowly starting to come to the realization that there's been some misassumptions in the way that we've done this digitalization. So first of all, we've had this idea that if you give kids a computer, they'll become digitally literate and understand the way the computer works just because they're working on it. And we've also had this idea that just because you have an app, you'll get more engaged kids and they'll learn more from it. And we're also starting to see that maybe that is not the case. Maybe it actually distracts quite a bit. And a third point is that a lot of responsibility of quality assurance in terms of what we actually apply to the kids in the teaching has been left with the individual teachers or the individual schools. And I see obviously the potentials of what you're presenting here, but I also see the same risks repeating the same things here with generative AI. So I would appreciate it if you could say something about how could we avoid this.
Yeah. So I have one comment to this. I mean, just because you have the newspaper on your screen, it doesn't add any, any better experience to reading the newspaper on paper, right? So to me, this digital teaching or digital education doesn't mean to digitalize the material and then have it on screen. That's not the way to go. It means the winning thing would be to implement intelligent systems. So so what's the point of having something on a screen only if it gets adaptive? And what does it mean to get adaptive? There's a lot of apps around. My kids also use a lot of apps who, you repeatedly show you the same exercises again, nothing personalized to the learner. And I think now with these models, but also before when looking a bit into the area of intelligent tutoring systems, but also that area now has come to a very new meaning, having these super large models who have latent learner profiles and allow you to do much more, create very, very structured learner paths, is that the crucial thing is adaptation. So what is, if we have this quality criteria, how to impose? So what does it mean to work with tutoring systems? It needs to be seen something in the effectiveness and engagement. So if it's not given, then it's basically useless. But the potential is there if those tools are created, and it needs, like co-creation processes to be in place. If things do personalize well to the learner, then you have really the opportunity to work with something that is tuned to your personal needs. And that is where we have to come to, first of all. For that, we need a lot of research, and we need to work with pedagogical concepts, because it's not all just like having the apps around or working with, sometimes it just generates effort, even more effort than just on working on paper. So that is just my 2 cents on that.
Just 20 seconds. So you're right, it's not about putting computers, it's about computational thinking. You could actually teach computational thinking without computers at all. And that can be a mistake, but we put computers in the classroom, that's enough. Wrong. You need to teach computational thinking. The second, you mentioned the quality left to the teachers. Again, what I just mentioned, we need to open the classroom to the scrutiny of scientists to see what is the data that we collect and whether technology or new methodologies improve. We need evidence-based education, and that implies opening the classroom. There is no alternative to that.
Okay, thank you very much for this comment. Thank you for your time and for being here. Thank you in the audience for staying focused on this important topic. And now I think it's time for a coffee break. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the third and last session of this year's EPTA conference. My name is Ferran Domínguez. I work here as a legal advisor in the Catalan Parliament. I was the secretary of CAPCIT between 2008 and 2022. And this session is about generative AI and work. The interaction between generative AI and work has increasingly become a prominent topic in the news, and not just something from science fiction. Here are some headlines. Nearly 80% of women's jobs are at risk from generative AI, new research finds. Another, in Hollywood, writers battle against AI, humans win for now. An Indian chief executive officer who replaced 90% of his support staff with an AI chatbot says copy-paste jobs are gone. Considering all this news, generative AI is making some people worry about losing their jobs. Just like the Luddites in the past, but the interaction between AI and work is a wall of complexities, not only fears. I've asked ChatGPT to summarize this interaction, and here it is the answer with its pedantic tone. I warn you. AI technologies are reshaping the landscape of employment, labor markets, and the very nature of work itself, leading to discussions about task automation, skill adaptation, and the potential for increased workplace efficiency and innovations. I'm sure that today's speakers will help us to navigate in this complex world with a more scientific tone. First of all, we've got here Professor Virginia Dignum, who is Professor of Social and Ethical Artificial Intelligence at Umeå University in Sweden and associated with Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. You've got all the curriculum in the program, so I recommend you another data. So please go to YouTube and search for her interviews and presentations on AI, and you will discover a very communicative and responsible person.
Thank you.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is red. I don't know what that means, but probably nothing good. Put the slides on first. Okay. Can you hear me? Yep, good, great. So, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. It's my pleasure to be here. It's the end of the day, so I hope that I'm not going to repeat a lot what others did. Hopefully, I will contradict some of the other ones, so then at least there will be something to stay awake for. I believe I have 20 minutes to talk. They didn't took away the 15 minutes that we are delayed, I hope, but let's go and start. So, responsible AI, generative AI, jobs, and what else? Let's start by thinking about what are we doing with AI, and especially what are we, all general people, doing with AI since AI started, like Carlos says, 1 year ago, and at least this new generation of AI started. We are generating stuff. By the way, the generative AI, in my idea, is a very bad name for this type of systems. Any AI system generates stuff. Actually, any computer system generates stuff. So why we call generative to these ones and not to the other ones? It's part of the discussion, and it's some kind of marketing, probably. So what are we doing? We are generating stuff. And like everybody else, I've been playing with these systems. And I asked Stable Diffusion in this case to generate a Bosch washing machine in the style of Hieronymus Bosch. Hieronymus Bosch is known by painting hallucinations. And I think these hallucinations are probably much more relevant than things that we are nowadays calling hallucinations. And it did a great job, or at least an interesting job. Questions, of course, is Is this my work, because I create the prompt? Is this Hieronymus Bosch, who never saw ChatGPT or this drawing or whatever? Is this the work of everybody who collect the images of Hieronymus Bosch paintings and share them on the internet? So there is a job already there. Who is going to identify this type of competences, ownership, intellectual capital, and so on? There is a new job coming up. But people are being usually quite creative, so we are not doing just this with AI, but we are generating all kinds of potentially new jobs based on this. New ways to make money out of ChatGPT, how to not get caught with the ChatGPT in school, and also for many of us which have been working in this field for some time, the job that it generated for us is the job of answering questions from journalists and trying to explain that maybe not everything is as it's meant to be. So jobs, new directions, creativity, ChatGPT. But what is AI doing? What is ChatGPT and other generative AI doing? In one end, it is reproducing our bias. The bias are ours. The point is that by asking ChatGPT to generate this type of images, or Stable Diffusion to generate this type of images, we are creating and growing the number of images online which show nurses to be females and doctors to be males. And this will be feeding into the new version of ChatGPT with even more images of nurses being females and doctors being males. It is also generating stuff. It is not hallucinating. This is my, you cannot read it, it's my CV. All what is in red is generated or wrongly made up by ChatGPT. It might give me some ideas about papers that I could write and I never wrote yet, but maybe. It is not hallucinations, this is errors. We shouldn't talk about hallucinations. These systems have errors. These systems are actually meant to generate language, large language models. They are meant to generate plausible pieces of text. No one says that these systems are meant to generate opinions or decisions, that they are supposed to tell you, should you marry, whether or not you have a certain disease, or whether or not to pick up a job. These are what we are making with it, and there is business and jobs going around, people trying to convince us that indeed ChatGPT is going to tell us all kinds of potential, illuminate our lives with all kinds of decisions and opinions, but the system is meant to generate language, large language model. And it then also has all kinds of guardrails and is learning to tell you, you shouldn't tell jokes about women and tell you a whole story about why not, tell you that you shouldn't tell jokes about fat people, but seemingly it's fine to tell jokes about tall people, and it will tell you a joke about tall people. So what is important here is to remember that these systems manipulate language, and manipulation of language is not really the best proxy or the best heuristic for intelligence. And again, we need to use extremely useful, and we can do a lot of good things with it. We can summarize texts, we can generate some new ideas and so on, but it is text. And how does AI seize the world? That's maybe a bit more confronting. This is about health data, but still is similar to other data online. And it shows a view of the world that is not the view that we would hope AI to have. It is also important to realize or to see that 50% of these data sets in medicine come from 12 institutions only. One of them is the Max Planck Institute in Germany, one of them is in Hong Kong, and 10 of them are in North America. But it's not only how AI sees the world, it is also how we build AI systems. Since the very beginning, probably already with Ramon Llull and others, is about rationality, is about having systems that can optimize their actions, optimize their decisions based on a set of priorities, a set of preferences. Not all human intelligence is about optimizing decisions. Not all human interaction, not all social, not all of society is based on this type of optimization of decisions. Also, the stereotypes that we associate with AI are stereotypes that are much aligned with global North and Western philosophies than they are aligned with, for instance, African or Asian world models and thought directions. So again, here it's important to realize what we are doing and what is AI doing. So then we talk about responsible AI, and why should we care about responsibility in AI? There are many reasons, and I'm not going to list them all here, but maybe the most important is to realize that it's because these systems are increasingly acting autonomously in our world, and I will leave the discussion of what is autonomy or not to another talk, and also the idea that eventually these systems will make better decisions than us. Again, what is better? I will leave to another talk. What we cannot forget is that AI is designed. AI is an artifact. So the question is probably not so much what is AI, like Carlos already described, but much more, and from a policy-making perspective, what do we want AI to be? Do we want AI to be human-like, which seems to be what we assume from our labels today? Why do we want AI to be human-like, and what does it mean for AI to be human-like? Or do we want AI to be a tool, and then a tool for who, a tool for what? Who is going to benefit from this tool? Do we want AI to be normative or to be descriptive? Do we want AI to tell us as we do, with all the bias and all the problems that we are? Or do we want AI to tell us what we should be? And by wanting that, what is done? Who is going to say what we should be, what is right, what is wrong? Moreover, we need also to include and to think about who is going to decide about this. Is you, the politicians? Is us, the researchers? Are we going to hold a world referendum asking the world what we want AI to be? What kind of values, what kind of whose values are we going to involve? How we are going to deal with the priorities and trade-offs and so on? So these are the questions that relate to the responsible AI, and are questions which probably there is a lot of new jobs, a lot of new opportunities to develop. You just said there is 80% or someone of jobs are being affected. Someone else referred to 300 million jobs. Of course, all jobs will be affected by AI if they are not already affected by AI. Maybe not completely replaced by AI, but many tasks are going to be changed, are going to be affected from what we do. So it's not something which affects others, it affects all of us, and it affects mostly also our interactions with each other. So responsible AI is about being explicit. It's about taking care that it's not just something that you put at the end, you build whatever you want, and then at the end someone comes, a philosopher or so comes and checks, and you go through a checklist and tells you what to do. It's about realizing that all decisions from the very beginning, from the decision, should I use AI and why should I use AI? All those decisions matter. And it is also about taking care that the technologies that we use are not only robust, but they're also provable. And at the same time, that there is around this, and I don't like to talk about trustworthy technology, trust is in people and in human organizations, but we do need to have trustworthy governance for these systems. And again, here, there are many fundamental challenges for all tasks and all jobs and all fields. I just put here a couple of them. And to address all these tasks, all these challenges, all these questions, and we do need some innovation. And not only innovation, we need multidisciplinary innovation. We need a different way of thinking about AI. We need a different way of thinking about jobs. We need a different way of thinking about society in general. All of this will result, for sure, into changes in the way that we work, the way that we live, the way that we interact with each other. It is up to us. Again, it's a design, it's something which we are designing, which we people are developing. So it's up to us to include in the discussions, not just whether this technology is going to improve 5% over the technology that we had last time and that accuracy is going to be 1% more or less. It is a matter to include in these discussions also all these challenges, all these questions which are much broader than what technology is about. So again, and also, if we do want provable technology or trust technology, we need to develop technology that fulfills many more requirements than just the optimization or the accuracy. At this moment, we researchers don't really know how to address all these issues. And we definitely don't know how to address all these issues at the same time, and at the same time that we ensure the accuracy that we see in the new generation of systems. So again, here, innovation and multidisciplinary innovation is needed. And finally, talking about governance and talking to you guys as politicians, we do need to look, again, from a perspective of innovation at how are we going to develop this trustworthiness in the governance. We need to make sure that there is governance for the development of AI, and AI Act is very much focused on the development, on those that develop and deploy these systems. And like my colleague Roman Shodori says, cars drive faster because they have brakes. None of you would like to drive in a car without brakes. We are driving AI cars or AI technology without no one demanding the brakes or the seat belts on those systems. At the same time, and like Ulysses this morning also already asked, it's not just about letting everybody, like in those ads that I showed at the beginning, anyone pick up AI technology and start selling it for whatever type of reasons. We do need to start looking at the licensings and certifications to use. Show me that you know what you are doing. We, the citizens and the people in general, we do need that this guarantees that someone is checking, that the ones that are developing these systems know what they are doing. And finally, we need the rules of the game. A game without rules, no one wins. No, there is no way to check whether the people are following the rules or not. There are no rules there, so we don't know. So we do need to think about the rules. We need to think about them in a global, international way. We need to look also at ways through which we can observe what's happening, and we need to come with metrics and standards to check whether people are or not looking at these rules. And again, here, we need multidisciplinary. So about the jobs, I think that main jobs and the main changes will be really including and understanding that AI is multi-stakeholder and multidisciplinary. So the jobs that are going to come from AI need to take into account and need to include other disciplines. It's not just betting on improving your technical education, STEM education. It's mostly also betting on improving the humanities and social science and ensuring that research in those fields is able to keep up the pace with technology development. It's about looking at responsible AI as a driver for innovation, and it's of course about ensuring that jobs that are going to be created, that are going to be changed, that are going to be different are sustainable. We need to take care, and many of my colleagues in the presentations before have talked about these things. We need to talk about inclusion, we need to talk about participation, we need to talk about equable distribution of benefits and costs. We need to take into account Agenda 2030, which is 7 years. We are there already, we are too late. So again here, it's not just innovation and multidisciplinary that is needed, but mostly investment and political will, because we really need to change things. We cannot continue the line in which we have been doing so far, because responsible AI is not a choice. We should look at responsible AI as a stepping stone for innovation, and with innovation to the jobs and the new society. It's also important to realize that there is not a technology fix for all the hills that we are introducing with technology. So again, we need to include it in a broader area. And all the solutions that we need to look at need necessarily to be social and human and not just technical. Thank you. got 5 minutes out of our time.
Perfect. Our second presentation today is by Aina Gallego, who is Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Barcelona and Research Associate of the Institute for Political Economy and Governance. I also recommend you another thing outside the curriculum of the program. You can go to a Spanish online newspaper called El Diario, eldiario.es, where she writes articles like how to share the profits of the new technologies or the artificial intelligence every time it works better, to which workers will affect. So, Aina, the floor is yours.
Thanks. If I manage. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to present today. It is great to see people from different countries discussing the challenges and opportunities of AI. I think it's very clear that with such a rapidly changing technological environment, much more needs to be done in the field of regulation. And I will talk specifically about the economic implications, economic and political implications of generative AI, based on research on the implications of previous technological change. Think about some policy tools that could be used to deal with these economic implications, and discuss some things we know about citizens' opinions on this topic. So first, of course, there's a lot of uncertainty about the economic impact of generative AI on jobs, but also on other economic aspects. So in a very optimistic view, and that's what we have been seeing in US Congress hearing and other, like generative AI will create a world where algorithms do most of the tiring work that humans do, and the economy will produce sufficient wealth to sustain societies with a high living standard. And algorithms will free people to play or do interesting creative work. So in this view, we need regulation to ensure that generative AI does not harm privacy, does not discriminate against some people, or is sufficiently transparent. I think by now, like that has been said a lot here today. And there are a lot of players also in the industry that are defending this need to regulate some aspects. But at the same time, there's this narrative that governments should try to, or should not intervene on any more economic aspects, because technology is the main source of economic progress. And because we don't want regulation, or because of geopolitical considerations that it would lead to losing the AI arms race to China or the United States. This is the type of fundamentally optimistic claims that the large tech companies are using, and one that many people are using. And of course, like preserving the capacity of economies to be innovative is fundamental, and we live in very rich societies because of technology. And it is true that historically, the previous technological revolutions destroyed many jobs, but also created new ones, and this was compensated. So there's definitely some truth to this very optimistic view. However, more and more research, I'm talking about empirical research in economics and political science, is cautioning that we should be a bit cautious about this very techno-optimist view. So first, not all technologies produce economic growth that benefits all society. There are many historical examples going back to the agricultural revolutions, in which technological progress led to a very large concentration of both economic and political
power in the hands of small elites, while reducing living standards for the majority of the population. We have many examples like that. The resulting concentration of wealth and deep structural changes were major causes of political conflict during the first and second industrial revolutions. And now, much closer, we now have a lot of research on the third industrial revolution and the start of the fourth, which are marked by the introduction of computers, the internet, and later robots. And it has not benefited everyone. So digitalization, there has been quite a lot of debate. Is it migration? Is it international trade? Is it digitalization? But there's consensus that most of the rise, or is it changing political institutions, but most of the rise in income inequality since the 1970s is due to how this digitalization has unfolded. So digital technologies, yes, have created many new well-paying jobs, but they also destroyed the jobs of many industrial and white-collar workers, routine workers, who were relatively well-paid and were the core of the middle class. So this augmenting the salaries of some, also creating some low-paying jobs, but destroying these middle jobs, has led to what's called the hollowing of the middle class. In many countries, the incomes of men without college degrees have been stagnant or even declining for 50 years. And so like a significant fraction of the population has been left behind by this third and fourth industrial revolution. This has also political implications. There's growing evidence that digitalization has been one of the main causes of growing polarization and populism, because like two mechanisms. So both how it has changed informational environments, but also because of how it has changed social structures. So for instance, had a few examples on Sweden. There's very nice research showing that these routine workers, displaced routine workers, are the core reservoir of voting for the radical right in Sweden and in many other countries. So generative artificial intelligence will surely impact income inequality and the number of jobs, but how it does so will depend on how it is used and for what. So, and without needing to choose between, oh, are you an optimist or pessimist, we have some tools and evidence to think about what will be the likely impact. So any technology can impact the number of jobs jobs in two different ways. So any technology, if it mostly automates tasks that workers currently do, fewer people are needed. Yeah, to do this task. So there's one force that leads to fewer jobs. There's another force that it can create new tasks. And also it can increase marginal productivity so much that it makes societies richer and people can spend this extra income in new services or other types of goods or products. Yes, so there are two forces. But the aggregate impact will depend on whether it's mostly the automation force or the complementarity, like the new tasks force that prevails. So but if left only to businesses to make, or mostly to businesses to make these decisions on how to apply AI, so it does make economic sense. Like AI is a technology that tries to imitate what humans do. So it's a technology that's very suited by design. The way we think about AI, it's about automation. It's about doing things in a way similar, human-like, no? How a human would do it. It makes sense for businesses to substitute workers with AI in the tasks that it can do, as they can be, like algorithms can be cheaper and don't complain, they don't unionize, you don't have maternity leaves and so on. But for political systems, it is important that most people of working age are employed in meaningful and well-paying jobs. And even if maybe the productivity gains from using generative AI can be very large, and this maybe increases the demand for new jobs, but we also know that does not mean that people unproblematically can transition from the old jobs to the new jobs. So we have research about what happened to routine workers, like those substituted in the previous or since the 70s until recently, who were displaced by robots or other machines. And we find that many displaced routine workers exited the labor force through retirement, but it was very difficult to retrain them. So people who were displaced from working in an assembly line did not just suddenly become the engineers needed to operate that assembly line. There is public concern also we are finding in polls about job displacement. So we don't have a lot of data about European countries, or at least, or some countries yet, but not Europe-wide. But for instance, a study from the US from this summer found that 72% of respondents said that they would prefer AI development slowed down rather than speed up. While just a year ago, most people in surveys said that new technologies would not affect their jobs. And I've been looking at this for a few years, and we had a lot of techno-optimism in surveys, but it has been changing in the last months. And in the US also, a study from this summer finds that half of respondents are concerned about being substituted or their jobs being affected by AI. So are there other options that are not so focused on this automation path? No? And I'm arguing that the current path, because it's left to companies a bit, it's quite focused on this generating AIs that do things in a similar way to humans and then well suited to automation. So leading economists have been proposing other paths of technological development are possible, but they imply prioritizing applications of generative AI that complement the skills and expertise of current workers from different educational backgrounds and with different skill sets. For instance, generative AI can be used to help teachers, as we said, as we saw today. So education is a great field in which AI can complement teachers and educate also probably in healthcare. AI should be used to do things like fixing water leaks and fixing them in the face of droughts, or fixing oil leaks, for climate change. Our AI can be used by customer service workers to retrieve relevant information, and so to complement workers rather than entirely substituting them by chatbots. But whether companies do one decision or the other, this using AI to complement or substitute, will also depend on fiscal incentives and on policies as well. So we have different possible paths of AI development, but which one, so an automation focused or more complementation focused, will depend to some extent on policies. So a few policies or a few specific ideas that I wanted to outline. So one is, of course, we need what we are doing here, like debating, gathering ideas based on theory and evidence, and hearing different voices. So this part, like according, for instance, to Corporate Europe Observatory, or one thing that I think is concerning is that the large tech companies are among the biggest spenders in lobbying. So in different countries, but we need also independent expertise. So, and we saw also the slides of this very uneven field now, no? Between a few very big private companies and maybe less, not that much expertise in the public sector. So I think like that a first measure is to support this independent expertise. Second, generative AI is a technology that, like, not all technologies are the same, but it is a technology that has tendencies towards monopolies because it has strong economies of scale. So an AI startup company that wants to train a cutting-edge large language model faces huge fixed costs and needs a lot of computational power. So not any startup can train a new large language model. So we and so they tend to associate with large companies. And we've seen this recently in the case of Anthropic and Amazon. But once you have trained a model, using it, the marginal cost of using it is very low. Yeah, that generates a tendency. And we've seen, and it was discussed in the previous presentation, that like there's this idea of introducing licenses, and there is surely a case for licenses in terms of safety of checking algorithms. But it is also a further entry cost, like getting the algorithm check, that makes it more difficult for smaller companies to enter the market and entrench the power of incumbents. So it's not that straightforward, no? And I think the European Union is very aware of these monopolistic and oligopolistic tendencies, and it has taken reasonable steps in terms of regulation, but we need to see how this is implemented. And these new regulatory agencies need to think about how to level the playing field for smaller companies or other types of organizations. So third, very important, and I'm finishing, so a third very important policy is to adjust tax codes and fiscal incentives to make sure that humans and AI compete at least on a level playing field. So right now, companies who hire workers need to pay payroll taxes. But companies that invest in using algorithms can count this as tax-deductible investments in many countries. So if it's investment in software or equipment. So in the current situation, companies have a double economic incentive to automate and to substitute workers. Because algorithms do not pay taxes while workers do, automation can undermine the fiscal base that supports the welfare state. So regulators can thoroughly revise tax codes to make sure that AI products compete in similar terms to humans. It's not easy to do this. It would involve making sure that companies pay corporate taxes in the places where their services are used, but the current framework pushes toward automation, and that's what I was saying, that it's a risk, that there's too much of this part of technological change. And also things like revising next generation or other digitalization projects, so that companies should need to discuss the impact of digitalization on workers, and it's questionable if there should be a lot of public money going to fund digitalization projects that mostly are automating workers. Maybe it would happen anyway, but maybe that's not the best use of public money. Giving workers and trade unions more say. So right now, or trade unions probably need to build some more expertise. We've been seeing interesting initiatives by workers, as in the case of creative authors in Hollywood. But I wanted to throw another piece of research. So We have studies suggesting, for the case of industrial robots in Germany, it's a very nice case. So it's a technology that's clearly used for substitution. Robots, mostly in the automobile industry. But in Germany, trade unions and firms were able to negotiate how to adjust salaries, how to maintain and retrain existing workers. And to some extent, this deal was at the expense of the children of industrial workers, because then they were not hired. Like the jobs were gone because of the introduction of robots, so the older workers were retrained and stayed. The younger generation did not have jobs, but this transition was like slow enough and done in a way that it, created new industrial jobs in other areas, and overall there was no job loss. And we also have research finding that in these areas in Germany, we didn't see an increase in vote for extremist parties or of political discontent. Whereas in the US, comparable studies find that like former automobile strong areas shifted very strongly to Trump, for instance, and there was a lot of political discontent. So the same technology handled with the workers can lead to a better outcome, I think, than the blunt market-driven, or that's the point of this. So, and of course, unions became weaker, but there are other types of organizations, and they complain that they don't have enough access to policymakers. And final measure, retraining and workforce development. So this is already an integral part of the European welfare state, but there's a limit to how much active labor market policies alone can help with the challenge of adjusting skills mismatches. Some workers are averse to retraining, and it's not realistic to expect that people keep adjusting to constant change. We are seeing in surveys that techno-stress is strong, and that many people miss time where they could have more stable career paths. So I'm not saying we should go back to one job for life, but maybe expecting people to retrain every 4 or 5 years, it's just too much, no? And investing in retraining within companies so that companies keep their existing workers with help. So to sum up, and I'm done, I cannot exactly tell you all the details of the policies, but I have a sense that if the current path of AI is focused so much on automation, income inequality will increase, more income will be displaced from workers to the owners of algorithms, and many people will fail to adapt to changing labor markets fast enough, and this can be destabilizing politically. So I think there is a case for trying to steer these new technologies to a more worker-friendly path.
After the presentations, we open the floor for questions and comments. We are sorry we don't have any book or any other kind of present, but please.
Yes, Holger Becker, member of German Parliament. I mean, obviously one of the biggest employers we have all over Europe are actually public administration. And I would presume that, I mean, our states are basically algorithm-controlled bodies. I mean, it's legal frameworks, but I mean, that's basically a set of written rules. So that would lend itself very much so for automation. And I would presume that AI will, at least for, say, 80% of the standard administrative procedures, like, you know, moving house, registering a car, building permissions or so, would very, very quickly replace manual labor in that field. What's your take on that?
Yes, I think, of course, there are many bureaucratic tasks which are indeed very easy and obvious candidates for automation. And sooner or later, many of these tasks will be automated one way or another, and already we see that from the Industrial Revolution for a lot of time, since that time. It is important to, I think that we are talking too much we are being too afraid of changing. In one hand, we think that technology is really radically and revolutionizing our lives, but that in the other hand, we are kind of not daring to take steps which are really moving forward. If we look from the previous industrial revolutions, what we have seen is that as the working time, day or week time goes down, what has been compensated is longer education. So there is much longer education now for all of us in general in Europe or all over the world than it was 100 or 200 years ago. So that's one of the ways that we have found out to adapt, to change, and to the less hours that we work now than my grandparents or their grandparents worked is by education. But still we have a very standard way of looking at education, which was 200 years ago the same. You are in education for a couple of years, I don't know, by now 25 years of your life maybe, then you work for 40 years and then you retire. Probably we need to change this type of looking. We need to have much more, and you say that people don't want to be retrained every few years, but on the other hand, we do need to, it's because we don't have it, we don't want it, but things need to change much more radically. And we need to really look at different types of options, at different types of ways in which we combine education, working, entertainment, leisure time in different ways. We also need to look at other types of what is a public servant more than just the bureaucrat who puts the stamps, and what kind of are the roles in public service that are more and different than the algorithms and the rules that are there. So I think we need a much more revolutionary approach to the change, because technology is changing revolutionarily and impacting our lives in ways and in speed that we were not expecting before.
If I may, I would say that's not bad in principle. I think there will be probably more resistances, but mostly public workers tend to be very protected. So you cannot fire them. Probably they will need to be deployed or in other areas. I'm more concerned maybe about dualization, so about public sector workers being very protected from so much change. And if I tell you about administrators at my university, like how slow they are at using new technologies. But then, like people that live into grievances with people in the private sector who are forced to to retrain a lot, no? I don't think that's bad. The issue would be if it leads to reducing the number of public sector workers so much that it's significant for employment. You could create new jobs in the public sector. So I wouldn't be that concerned, but also to some extent, that's something I didn't mention, but that some of the concerns about the job losses will be ameliorated a bit automatically by aging, so that we have smaller population in the age. So maybe what will happen is these older workers retiring their jobs and then not new ones hired.
Dr. Alicia Casals?
Yeah, about the question of taxes. I am in the field of robotics, and we are normally seen as a target of the same risk of artificial intelligence. as what robots can do and how they produce misemployment. But some of us do not agree with these concepts of a tax for a robot. This is a question that in every talk I have this question. If we substitute humans by robots, they have to pay taxes. And okay, maybe it's different in the field of artificial intelligence, and maybe you can have your own opinion on that. But what we see is that behind a robot, there are a lot of work, a lot of workers that make this robot work, and there is a physical thing that costs money, etc. Maybe in artificial intelligence, is more software. It's different. Replication is more efficient, let's say. It's not so costly. But seeing the kind of profit that companies have, the way of measuring how a robot or how an intelligent artificial intelligence system can produce profit, I think it's quite difficult to evaluate. And on the other side, there are many taxes due to the profit the company has that find tricks to not pay, so big companies pay less. So we don't think, at least in robotics, that this is the way, but try to regulate in a way that those who have really profit pay according to that, and a small company that has a robot cannot pay for that. And I don't know how it could apply to AI.
I agree. I was not saying we need an algorithms tax, but to think about how to equalize taxation between workers and capital. So, technology is one type of capital, no? The economists I talk with, they say it's very hard to do this type of technology-specific taxes like robot tax or algorithm, but you can play around with the corporate tax and so tax more these big companies or at least force them to pay taxes in the countries. Like this would maybe require international cooperation, but they should pay taxes in the countries where their services are used, no? And not necessarily a new tax.
And the last question, Kostas.
Okay. So, first of all, to my opinion, artificial intelligence is a tool, nothing less, nothing more. That means is for the best and it is for the worst. So, concerning jobs, artificial intelligence may reduce jobs, certainly, but on the other hand, artificial intelligence may give more time to citizens, to people, free time. That depends. This means that awareness is needed. We need rules. And something more, we need bargaining. Why bargaining? Because we don't know who decides. We don't know which values are included in the algorithm. And more, the question of algorithm is a question of balance of power. Therefore, and when we speak about questions concerning labor law, concerning labor, we cannot exclude bargaining. We cannot exclude negotiation. We cannot exclude trade unions. This is the European civilization. And finally, there is another question which should not be undermined. The question of artificial intelligence in the service of management function. Always will be employees in the company, anyway. So actually, artificial intelligence is used to determine who will be recruited, who is going to decide about the career of the employee, who is going to be dismissed. All that actually belong to the human relations department. This human relations department actually is replaced by an algorithm. And this is dangerous, because we should know what are the values, who decides. Finally, the employer decides, the employer is responsible, and the argument that it's not me, it's the algorithm who decides, it's not valuable. So this is my opinion, because it's a question of privacy, and it's a question of protecting of personal data. To my opinion, this is the most important question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, AI is a tool, but as a tool, we need to think about for who is this tool. I'm left-handed. I cannot use a scissors like a right-handed person can use. So every tool comes with affordances which enable it to be used by some and not be as used by others. It comes with some functions that can be benefit from the tool and other functions that cannot. So we do need to look at that. You talk about values and that we don't know the values. We can know the values and we should demand to know the values. At this moment, what we are seeing in Europe is that we are becoming completely dependent not only on external development, but also on private and opaque development of these systems. We are not investing enough in Europe on the development, on the research, on the deployment of these systems. We are buying them from large multinational companies outside of Europe who come obligatorily with their values and their motivations and their purpose and so on. So we do need, as Europe today, to really start investing on the development of these systems from the public perspective in an open way and in a way that it incorporates and can be verifiably and auditable the values that we have here in Europe. We cannot be dependent on this type of technology on large companies that build them for profit outside of Europe. We need a completely different approach, and we need really much more investment at national level in all countries in Europe, and also at European level, because if there is any danger with AI, is the danger for us in Europe of becoming dependent on systems and developments outside of our control and outside of our values.
I think the question is who develops and owns the tool will use it for their advantage. And it's a tool, yes, but it can really lead to a huge concentration of economic and power and political power in the hands of the owners of this tool. And I totally agree with that. We need bargaining, we need more voices, we need the users, workers, and so on, having some say in how these tools are used, so to get a more even playing field, and so that it's not so, what I was saying about the labor share, so we've been seeing for 50 years, so for 50 years or so, a declining labor share, so the share of income that goes to workers has been declining for 50 years in most countries, partly because of this tool, so it has real consequences for people.
Thank you. I think that these two interventions serve as a conclusion of this panel. And now we've got here the President of the Catalan Parliament and President of CapFit, who will close the conference.
Bon dia altra vegada, benvolguts i benvolgudes. Després d'un dia llarg de feina intensa, imagino que comenceu, diria, a patir un cert cansament i arribem a la fi d'aquestes conferències sobre intel·ligència artificial generativa. I en el fons sabem que heu treballat en diversos aspectes, com pugui ser en la democràcia, en la salut, en l'educació i ara en el treball, no? I és realment interessant, doncs, segur a les conclusions que heu arribat. Però sobretot voldria donar les gràcies molt sincerament a tothom qui ha participat en aquesta conferència, als ponents i moderadors de les diferents sessions pels vostres coneixements i entusiasme en la matèria i per compartir-ho amb nosaltres, sobretot gràcies per la vostra generositat. I també a les persones que ens han seguit tant presencialment com per streaming i les diferents intervencions i debats per l'interès que heu mostrat i pel temps que ens heu dedicat. Gràcies des del Parlament de Catalunya per ser-hi. I també voldria donar les gràcies als organitzadors d'aquesta conferència, al Consell Assessor del Parlament de Catalunya sobre Ciència i Tecnologia, el CAPCIT, i a l'equip tècnic i logístic d'aquesta casa. Tots vosaltres, sense excepció, heu estat els autèntics protagonistes d'avui i sense vosaltres aquesta conferència no hagués estat un èxit d'assistència i un èxit per al nivell de qualitat de les intervencions. El que s'ha evidenciat avui és que la intel·ligència artificial generativa està impregnant en tots els aspectes de la nostra vida, la personal, la professional, l'acadèmica, la cultural i un llarg etcètera. Certament tenim molts reptes per endavant i sabem que aquesta serà una tasca complexa, perquè la innovació tecnològica sempre va 2 o 3 passes endavant. Catalunya i la seva capital en som molt conscients de la importància de les innovacions tecnològiques. En general, ens hem implicat a fons en convertir-nos de la mà del sector privat en hub tecnològic de referència. Esdeveniments com el Mobile World Congress ens han posicionat a nivell internacional. De fet, som el pol d'atracció més dinàmic i vibrant de start-ups del sud d'Europa, creant un ecosistema en què la intel·ligència artificial i el Big Data hi tenen una presència destacada. I no oblidem l'abundància d'universitats i centres de recerca tecnològics i d'instal·lacions punteres com el Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Ara toca digerir-ho tot, el que s'ha dit en aquesta conferència, processar-ho i mantenir el contacte i continuar en xarxa sota el paraigües de l'EPTA. Per què? Doncs per seguir compartint els dubtes que se'n genera al voltant d'aquesta tecnologia i per seguir promovent mobilitats de coneixement i intercanvis d'experiències un cop s'aproven i s'implementin marcs normatius i regulacions. En el fons, un gran dia de treball, una gran jornada, senzillament gràcies a tots per assistir i fins a la propera.
Just on a practical note, for those of you who would like to tour a little bit around the Parliament and get to know its history, we have now organized a guided tour open to anybody of you who would be interested. And for the EPTA Council members, just a reminder that at 6 o'clock we will start our first part of our council meeting. So those that will be on the tour will be already guided to the place where we will start this meeting. And those who won't take the tour, please let's meet here at the entry hall at 6 o'clock. Thank you.